I think I think I heard the other day that they also are in trouble for using the jet in ways that were really irresponsible, and that they were like taking trips using the jet and using like American taxpayer dollars to fly the jet around. Lewandowski, yeah. Apparently, apparently she's got a thing going on with Lewandowski, and they are using the jet to have their getaways, their private getaways, and go on dates and crap like that. So, yeah, it seems to be an actual problem. And again, I mean, it's what we know. It's par for the course. The Trump administration is known for spending uncontrollably and constantly just throwing the Americans' taxpayer dollars around like it's nothing. They all just get to use our tax money and act like they're rich all the time. So, not not all that surprising. Seems par for the course at this
There was a
point.
mass shooting at Brown University. Kash Patel was on his government FBI director jet in Florida, we are told, and that there was only one other available jet. But Patel had ordered it to be put on standby for another team. And that meant that during this mass shooting, an evidence review team based in the Washington, Virginia area that would normally immediately respond to a major crisis, a major crime scene like this, was delayed. They could not use the plane, and instead they drove through the night of the 13th and the early morning of the 14th to get to Providence, Rhode Island from Virginia. They happened to also drive through a snowstorm to get there.
What was the other thing? We would have to know what the other thing is in order for us to know if that's a big deal. I mean, if the other thing is some big problem or some major event or something like that, like let's say they're even if it's not like something that's an emergency, but it's something that's important, right? Like he's got to go meet with another world leader, or he's got to go to some like I said, like some big event or anything, that would matter, right? That would be important. We would need to know these details in order to know whether or not this is a big problem and whether or not he's making a big mistake with this. But they didn't really tell us why they held the jet, and so we just don't know. Yeah, also, I don't know if they had two jets in the past either. I have no idea, so I'm not sure if this is out of the norm or not.
There, but they were significantly delayed, according to this whistleblower's account. And by the way, also according to multiple sources that spoke to Ken and to me.
Hold on. Hold on. All right. Let's see. All right. FBI Director Kash Patel faces scrutiny over travel on government jet. Juana Summers. FBI Director Kash Patel has been in the job for 1 year now, and in that year, he's come under scrutiny for his firing of senior FBI agents for his social media posts about ongoing investigations and for trips he's made on a government jet. And that includes a recent trip to Italy that overlapped with the Milan Winter Olympics. NPR Justice correspondent Ryan Lucas has been following this and joins us. Oh, this is a transcript. Fuck. Okay. Yeah, I don't want to read the transcript. 4 hours ago, Trump told FBI Director Kash Patel he didn't like his Olympics hijinks. Trump told Patel directly he wasn't pleased about his viral locker room partying with the U.S. men's hockey team, as well as his use of government jet to travel to Italy. President Donald Trump was disappointed in FBI Director Kash Patel's behavior at the Milan Cortina Winter Olympics and conveyed his displeasure in a conversation with him, according to a person familiar with the matter. Patel went viral for his locker room celebration with the U.S. men's hockey team after its win against Canada on Sunday. The first time the U.S. team took home gold since 1980. In a video that was first posted by ProPublica, Patel, an avid hockey fan, could be seen chugging a beer and banging on a table while yelling in an exuberant display of celebration. Trump, who does not drink, told Patel he was unhappy not only with that scene, but also with Patel's use of government aircraft for the trip to Milan, Italy, according to the person familiar with the matter. The FBI declined to comment on whether Trump was upset with Patel. In a statement, White House spokeswoman Abigail Jackson touted crime rates dropping across the board. This is a direct result of the president's law and order agenda, which is being successfully implemented by his law and order team, including FBI Director Kash Patel, she said. The president has full confidence in his administration. Patel's trip to Italy coincided with the shooting of an armed man who entered the security perimeter of the president's residence in Florida, Mar-a-Lago. Trump was not there at the time. Oh ho ho. So this is why the jet was held up. They held the jet up for him to go to the hockey game, not for some big event, not for something important, not for something that actually matters. They held the jet up for him to go to the Olympics. Whoa. Patel maintained that he was on an official trip in Italy, not just for the Olympics, but also to meet Italian law enforcement as well as U.S. agencies providing security at the international event. For the very concerned media, yes, I love America and was extremely humbled when my friends, the newly minted gold medal winners on Team USA, invited me into the locker room to celebrate this historic moment with the boys. Greatest country on earth and greatest sport on earth, Patel wrote on X after the locker room video was posted. Patel has faced scrutiny for his use of the FBI jet in the past. Senator Dick Durbin of Illinois, the ranking Democrat on the Senate Judiciary Committee, has asked the Justice Department Inspector General to investigate Director Patel's misuse or mismanagement of government resources. This week, the FBI, at the direction of Patel, fired at least 10 employees linked to the 2022 search of Trump's Mar-a-Lago estate, according to 3 people familiar with the matter. Yikes, dude. What the heck? So even just people just doing their jobs, just doing what they're told. Trump makes a big deal all the time about the fact that like people have to just do what they're told. He's in charge. This is the thing that MAGA says all the time. Trump's in charge. He's the man. You know, they just have to do what they're told. But then when we have a group of people like this who just did what they were told, now they're gonna hold them accountable for this. That doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Uh, 6x9 in 3. 6 times 9 in 3. Thank you for the 100 joules for the marshmallow. Appreciate it. It makes sense if you don't think about it. Well, I'll try not to think too hard. That search turned up classified documents and led to one of 2 federal cases against Trump. Both were eventually dismissed. Patel also disclosed, again, just want to be clear, they were dismissed because Trump won the presidency, because a bunch of people decided that they wanted to vote a felon into office. They wanted to help him win the election so that he didn't have to get prosecuted, so that he would not get in trouble, so that he would not be held accountable, because these people don't actually care about law and order. It's just a virtue signal for them. So that is the only reason these were dismissed. Not that they were like dismissed for any legal reasoning, just that it's kind of hard to have the DOJ, which is under the executive branch, charge the executive with crimes. So Patel also disclosed this week that his own cell phone troll records had been obtained in the course of the Trump investigation. Oh, sorry, toll records. Huh. Okay. On Friday, the group Democracy Defenders Fund filed a Freedom of Information Act request for any material on Patel's official, personal, and political meetings while in Italy. The request, first obtained by NBC News, asks for materials that could shed light on Kash Patel's use of government resources, including government aircraft, to facilitate his attendance at the 2026 Olympics, and whether he accepted any gifts, including free attendance at the men's hockey final. Interesting. I think 100 joules equals $1. That's what another creator said. It's inconsistent. It's inconsistent. There isn't like a real one-size-fits-all standard for these things. It's actually really weird. I don't know. I don't know what YouTube's doing with this, but it is very odd the way that they've decided to do joules and gems and all that crap. So I have stopped trying to understand it. I gave up. All right. Well,
today, you know, there's this huge blizzard on the East Coast. Today, for some reason, Kristi Noem's department decided to fly a real deportation flight into New Hampshire. They flew it into Portsmouth, New Hampshire at 1 a.m. today, right at the height of the blizzard. The airport in Portsmouth said they had no idea this flight was coming. Had they known, they would have told them, don't come, it's not safe. But Kristi Noem's department, in its infinite wisdom, flew this plane full of people there, presumably shackled, if it's like a normal deportation flight. And then they left the people on that plane, on the tarmac, for more than 12 hours in the middle of that blizzard.
Bro, I'm telling you, every time we hear more information about what it is that the Trump administration is doing, they sound like a bunch of incompetent children. Every single time. There's not a single story where we get more information on the interworkings about what it is that they're doing behind the scenes, and they just sound like they're really killing it. They're really people who understand what's going on. It sounds like everybody else who is a professional and who actually does their job well, they're always annoyed with the Trump administration. They're always annoyed with all of these other people who don't know how to do their jobs well. It's so ridiculous. These aren't even like, they don't even have to be like the best at their freaking job, okay? It's the government. Like you can at least be like moderately okay, but this is levels below any other type of federal or any sort of government workings.
According to WMUR in New Hampshire, some genius at Kristi Noem's department decided that plane should take off from Harlingen, Texas last night, Sunday night, flying right into the biggest blizzard in the Northeast in years.
Well, yeah, the only ones who actually do their jobs well, the only ones who are actual professionals, the only ones who actually care about doing their jobs right, they get fired for that crap. You can't do that. You can't do that. Not in this administration. No way.
Portsmouth International Airport officials said they were not told the flight was inbound until 15 minutes before it arrived at 1 a.m. Quote, had we been informed in advance of their intent to land here during the blizzard, we would have strongly advised against it. And then they left the people there on the tarmac for 12 hours.
It's ridiculous, dude. They're incompetent. This is insane.
Kristi Noem, Secretary of Homeland Security and Spirit Halloween's #1 customer. As head of DHS, Noem has a busy job starting wars in American cities, but somehow she seems to have found time for love.
A Wall Street Journal investigation is raising new questions about Noem's close relationship with her unofficial #2, Corey Lewandowski.
The pair, who are both married to other people, have publicly denied the reports of an affair, but people said they do little to hide their relationship inside the department.
Guys, finally, this administration has a sex scandal involving consenting adults. We did it! USA! 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 But look,
I thought she was gonna say finally they're being transparent. I thought she was gonna say finally they're being open and honest about something. Not with the American people, but with, you know, at least the people in the office.
I know it's a bit unseemly, but I try to stay out of people's personal business. I mean, it's not like Kristi and Corey are flying around on a taxpayer-funded plane.
Lewandowski and Noem have lately been using a luxury 737 MAX jet with a private cabin in back for their travel around the country.
Kristi Noem and Corey Lewandowski have had the taxpayers lease this jet for their use.
Okay, so they're flying around on a tax.
That looks AI. Is that real? I get maybe that is real. What the heck?
Taxpayer-funded plane. How do they justify charging the country for their bang bus in the sky?
On paper, they say they need this particular plane for, quote, immigrant deportation flights.
Oh, yeah, I'm so sure this is the plane they're using to deport illegal immigrants. Hey, sit your ass down and put on these shackles. And here's your hot towel. And we have a selection of wines for your enjoyment. Can you imagine actually being deported on that plane and the whole time you're hearing Corey and Kristi Noem grunting in the back?
Is he single? Lewandowski? No. He's got a wife and a girlfriend.
I'd be like, can this plane please hurry up and land in South Sudan already? By the way, it's not just the fancy plane that Noem is fussy about.
During one official trip, people familiar with the incident say, quote, Noem had to switch planes after a maintenance issue was discovered, but her blanket wasn't moved to the second plane. Corey Lewandowski then fired a U.S. Coast Guard pilot after Noem's blanket was left behind.
Wow. For a woman getting dicked down on the regular, she sure is tense. I mean, you fired the pilot because you forgot your blanket? That's not the pilot's job. His job is to circle the airport until everyone in the back has had time to climax. But I guess that's the end of that pilot's career.
They eventually reinstated the pilot, according to the Journal, because no one else was available to fly them home.
Oh my God, could this get any dumber? Oh, God. The only way this could get any dumber is, I don't know, deporting 10 million people and then realizing that they were the ones who did all the hard jobs.
Ridiculous. No, you? Are you a guy? It's always gay men that hit on me. It's always gay men. I think maybe I put off an aura of sorts. I don't know what it is, but it's always gay men. That's how I met half the guys in chat, actually.
Trump could soon force banks to take part in an immigration crackdown. What I mean by that is sources tell CNN the administration is considering requiring financial institutions to collect and verify their customers' citizenship status, something banks aren't currently required to do. One source says the new policy could come through an executive order. CNN's Matt Egan is following this story for us. So, Matt, what are you learning about how banks are responding to this possibility?
Yeah, well, Omar, this does appear to be part of the Trump administration's aggressive immigration crackdown. Sources tell CNN's Priscilla Alvarez and I that the administration is considering new action that would require banks to check the citizenship status of their customers. Now, this would be something that would actually apply not just on a go-forward basis, but also to existing customers, which is pretty stunning when you think about just how many customers the banks already have.
Doesn't this already happen to some extent? I feel like anytime I open up a bank account or something, I have to show an ID. And is it only going to be with like FDIC approved banks? Because with other things like PayPal and Cash App, these are things that act as banks but aren't FDIC banks. And so yeah, I wonder how that would even work.
Now, this action could also require banks to check a different category of documents than what they normally look at, including passports. Now, I do want to stress that nothing here has been announced.
Person in chat didn't answer, so I think I can assume, yeah, it was a guy. I think we can assume, yeah, it was a guy. They found out I wasn't gay. They're like, well, fuck.
Or finalized. It's not clear here whether or not this would come in the form of an executive order or some other action. We reached out to the White House, and a spokesperson said that any reporting on policy that hasn't been officially announced is just speculation. But some Republicans do support this. Republican Senator Tom Cotton, he put out a post on X yesterday where he said, I strongly support President Trump taking action to prevent illegal migrants from accessing our banking system. And he said he sent a letter to Treasury last fall asking for an investigation into this matter, and that he plans to introduce legislation on this issue shortly. Now, Omar, you asked about how the industry is reacting. Officially, they're not really saying much, right? Representatives from major banks, from bank trade groups, they haven't commented on this. However, sources do tell CNN that the industry is concerned here because they're worried that this kind of action, it could almost compel them to be part of the administration's immigration crackdown. One financial industry source told me that verifying every bank customer's citizenship status would be unworkable. This source said,
oh, status. Oh, okay, that is different. So yes, verifying, like, when you give them an ID and things like this, you're going to be showing that, like, you know, you're proving who you are. But if you have to prove status, this is going to be different. Like, if you come over on a visa, you're here legally. If they have to keep like checking in and updating to make sure that your visa is still up to date and that it hasn't expired, it hasn't lapsed, that you did renew your visa on time, things like that. Yeah, that would be very different. Yeah. That would be very different.
Said it's a bad idea. We are very alarmed. Now, banks are required to adhere to anti-money laundering rules, know your customer rules, but they don't track the citizenship status of their customers. So if this did become official, that would certainly be a significant change. There's also some questions about whether or not this could discourage immigrants from keeping their money in the bank. Even undocumented immigrants, they do play a significant role in this economy. In 2023 alone, undocumented immigrants, they paid $90 billion in federal, state, and local taxes, and they had spending power of nearly $300 billion. And just one other point for you here, Omar. The president does talk a lot about cutting red tape. It's something he's very proud of, something that he mentioned during the State of the Union last night, where he took credit for cutting a record number of job-killing regulations. But this potential action related to banks and the immigration crackdown does show how in some cases the president has actually added new red tape and regulation where he sees fit. Back to you.
Something to watch for moving forward. Matt Egan, appreciate the reporting. Meanwhile, our next guest made headlines when he resigned.
Yeah, that is worrying, because I don't think it's all that odd to like want banks to know the citizenship of whoever it is that they're serving. Like generally, when it comes to money laundering and things like that, that's a normal thing that you would expect them to want to know to some extent. But yeah, if they're worried about the Trump administration trying to use them as a way to further their immigration crackdown, that could be very problematic. Like you can't really like push this on the private businesses in this sort of way, especially international private businesses like that.
What did you think of the president calling Democrats crazy? What did you think? I mean, like, obviously, that's his DNA, et cetera. Exactly. But, you know, what is it, a third of the...
Was the problem? Yeah, it's the point is that this is just what we come to expect from him at this point. This is just who he is. It's not out of the norm, but it is ramping up. It's probably getting worse. And in times like a State of the Union, that's a time when you should probably be trying to bring the country together. And this is something that Trump regularly does, is where he stops for a moment at some point and says, like, can we all just come together tonight? Can we all just be Americans? Like, let's all just, for one night, let's all just put our problems with each other behind us, and let's all just celebrate together. And then he immediately turns around and starts talking about how stupid Democrats are, how crazy they are, how starts calling them terrorists, and starts saying they're doing open borders policies, and starts complaining about Joe Biden again. And it is him who is driving the partisanship. And he is probably, I mean, in my lifetime, he is by far the most partisan president that's ever existed. When we talk about like Trump derangement syndrome, the fact that like people will just say whatever the opposite is of what Trump says, it's a pretty safe bet. You're going to be right the majority of the time as long as you do that. But there are people who are willing to just say anything and everything that is the opposite of what Trump says without actually looking into it or trying to understand it. That is a thing that definitely happens. But Donald Trump has Democrat derangement syndrome. He will say the opposite of whatever it is that Democrats are doing. So even when there are points where Democrats are tightening up on immigration and trying to push bills that are going to put more agents at the border, put more money into it, put more judges there so that we can deport people faster, Trump came out and opposed that bill and pushed for all of the Republicans to oppose that bill as well. The whole thing is that they're all super worried about immigration. They're all super worried about getting immigrants out of the country. They're all super worried about there not being enough people at the border or Biden not deporting enough people. But when they actually put efforts into it, Donald Trump and the Republicans try to stop them because, yeah, it doesn't matter if that's their main issue and that's their main talking point. And that's the thing that they're making the biggest deal about. If Democrats are trying to do it, they will try to stop it.
The country is Democrats. That doesn't mean they necessarily identify with the Democratic Party or members of Congress. But
I think if this was 10 years ago, 9 years ago, it would have been an OMG moment. But for Donald Trump, it's baked in, whether it's at the State of the Union or at a campaign rally or on his Truth Social. It does feel a little bit different. I think this is where you're going when you have such an important speech, and it is for the entire country, and it's, something that...
Think about how shitty your candidate was for Trump to be elected. Do you think Trump is a good candidate? I mean, we're talking about somebody who had already won the presidency versus somebody who hadn't. But when you look at the state of the Republican Party, it doesn't mean much. It doesn't mean much that they voted for Trump. It doesn't say much. Better than Kamala. Yeah. So yeah, it doesn't like even you can say better than Kamala, okay? Trump ran against a ton of other Republicans as well. He ran against a ton of other people. So for you to sit there and be like, imagine how bad they have to be to win against Trump when Republicans had a bunch of other fucking options, dude. Look what she did as VP, lol. Do you know what the VP's job is? It's to be alive. Like, your literal job is to just be alive. Like, if the president ever dies, you're just supposed to be alive and ready to take over if they do. It's not like a normal thing for the VP to have this very active role within the presidency. It's not normal, but she did get a lot done as the VP. She did do a lot as the VP. She was maybe the most active VP, definitely of my lifetime. I don't know about ever, but she was definitely the most active VP of my entire lifetime. She got a ton done. You voted for Joe Biden in the last 4 years of his reign was a disaster, loser. Well, if you think so, call in. We'll go over it. I bet you don't know anything about Biden's presidency. You're an idiot, dude. Yeah, you'll be able to prove it really easily. You'll be able to prove it really easily. You know more about this than I do. You know way more about what it is that Biden did. You're not going to be scared and run away. I'm sure like your dad raised a real man who wouldn't say things if he wasn't willing to back it up. You're probably somebody who is a real man who will really back up your shit. So yeah, call in. I'm ready for you. So whenever you're ready.
People are used to having a little bit more composure and a little bit decorum. Thank you.
Going back 9 years, I'm thinking back to when I covered Obama at the White House, and President Obama gave a speech one time criticizing Paul Ryan's Medicaid plan or Medicare plan. Paul Ryan was I think he was chairman of the House Budget Committee. And he was in the audience, and Obama was criticizing his plan. And you would have thought that he killed his puppy.
No, but that's
from
what
the
I'm
reaction.
Saying. It's like it's totally different.
Well, here's my question: are we ever going back to normal? Are we ever coming back to a place where you can't just call the other party crazy in the State of the Union address?
I mean, Jake, the number of times that now, like, if you had told me that when I was a kid coming up and maybe wanting to do.
Yeah, for any other president, this would be like a career-ending sort of thing to do. But the problem is that for Trump, he does things on a daily basis that would be career-ending for anybody else. Like, there are no standards in the Republican Party. There's no standards on the conservative side. They don't have any. They don't have any morals. They don't have any like principles, and so everything just kind of went out the window.
Do something like this one day, that you were going to be able to say, like, swear on the air, and it was going to be cool for politicians to drop the F-bomb, right? Like, my grandparents would have been horrified. I don't understand. I don't see a world where we go back from this, and he has set this.
I definitely know more about buying than you do. The good dude has been a liar his whole. What are you talking about? Just call in, dude. Like, what? Why are you trying to find ways to run away? Why are you trying to find ways to run away? The phone number is right here. It's on the screen. You just call this phone number. You can talk to me. I'm not going to sit here and keep reading your chats if you're not going to actually call in and do anything about it. Like, if you want to talk, we can talk. If you want to get into it, we can get into it.
Norm in a place that has caused the entire system to go towards him.
Right. Well, that's the thing. I mean, you have
Rashida away with things that other people.
Well,
can't get away
except that it does seem as though that the lesson that the Democratic Party has learned from all this is like Rashida Tlaib holding up a sign that says F ICE, except it's not just the letter F. Anyway, we're combing through President Trump's speech, looking at what was effective and divisive.
What was the?
This is like Rashida Tlaib holding up the thing. I mean, you have Rashida
away with things that other people.
Well,
can't get away
except that it does seem as though that the lesson that the Democratic Party has learned from all this is like Rashida Tlaib holding up a sign that says F ICE, except it's not just the letter F. Anyway, we're combing through President Trump's.
Yeah, he's still schizo posting in chat. Okay. Yeah, Biden was one of the most efficient and effective presidencies of all time. By far the most efficient and most effective presidency of my lifetime. He passed the most legislation. He was praised by Republicans for being so efficient and effective, and for including what it is that they wanted in legislation. That's the reason that there was never a government shutdown under Biden, was because Republicans were consistently saying that they were impressed with how much he considered their concerns, that he consistently had meetings with them and talked to them and heard them out. And so you're unaware of this, obviously. If you want to come on, we'll go over it and I'll show it to you, and you can see Republicans consistently saying that they were very happy with Biden and the job that he was doing, and we can go over all of the legislation that he got passed under his presidency. Like, it's objective, so it's not like I'm just going to tell you. I can show you on the actual congressional websites all of the legislation that was getting passed and all of the things that are in effect today, and a lot of it are things that Republicans were advocating for at the time. You're so full. Yeah, just keep crying in chat, okay? How about this? We're going to ban you, and when you call in, we'll unban you, okay? When you grow some balls, you grow a backbone, you're allowed to come back in the chat. But we don't allow people to just come in and say whatever if they're not willing to back it up. If you're too scared, I don't know. You don't have a voice or a phone, but if that's the case, then yeah, you just can't be
Polls
here.
are tough, you know, when you get a fake poll. I get them today. I saw one today that I'm at 40%. 40%.
Yeah, fake polls, dude. They're all fake. Every single one. Every single poll, they all come to the same conclusions, and they're all fake every time.
I'm not at 40%. I'm at much higher than that. It just amazes me that there's not more support out there. It's just...
Oh, okay, so they're not fake. Oh, so they're not fake. Okay, so you are surprised that there's not more support. So you agree that there is not more support. So they're not fake. They are real. So you're a dictator? 100%, yes. In my chat, in my business, all private businesses are run as a dictatorship. That's how private businesses work. 100%. Not the government. I know that that's what you guys want in the government, but private businesses are very different from the government. The government is not private property. It's literally public. So
we actually have a silent support. I think it's...
Oh, so it is silent. Okay, so it's silent. So he agrees the polls are not fake. They're not fake. He agrees with the polls, that the polls say that he doesn't have any support. Interesting. Interesting. It's crazy. Is this another lib propaganda channel? No, actually, no. This is a channel where you guys can call in and we'll talk to you. You can propaganda channels don't have on the other side and allow people to hear their opinions. That's most right-wing channels. But nope, here we want you guys to call in, and if you disagree with something I say, you think I'm wrong, you're welcome to come on and disagree.
About a week ago, White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt mentioned there were 0 illegal border crossings at the U.S.-Mexico border for the 9th
Oh, we already watched this. Yeah.
straight month in a row.
For an unprecedented 9th straight month, there were 0 illegal border crossings at the southern border.
Her own U.S. Border Patrol apprehension data suggests she's lying. According to U.S. Border Patrol, 691,906 people were apprehended after crossing the border in...
You can't talk unless we call in. Oh, I've been talking the whole time. I don't know what you're doing. I've literally been talking this entire time.
2025. Those are people who...
Oh, but you can't talk unless you call. Yeah. If you disagree, if you're going to say that I'm a liar, that I don't know what I'm talking about, but you won't prove that, you won't make a case for it, you won't say it, then yeah. That's yeah, you can't chat unless you call in. I think he's quoting you. Yeah, he doesn't know to put it in quotation.
Who have crossed the Mexico border into the U.S. Based on the same U.S. data, an approximate 280,000 people were not apprehended. Although the number in 2025 is low, the numbers were lower in 2017, 2018, and 2020. So it's not even a record low, and a far cry from zero illegal border crossings, as she calls them.
Yeah, so Trump's own CBP has been saying that there are still tons of border crossings. So Trump keeps saying that there's zero border crossings. There's no data to back that up. Just as when he kept saying that there were 20 million illegal aliens who crossed the border, there was never any data to back that up either. He just makes it up as he goes. So, well, I believe him. I believe him. What about you, chat? You guys believe him? I'm sure he's right. I'm sure he's right, and it's a very real thing. We don't believe the people in his administration who are in charge of this, whose jobs are to do this. We'll just believe the guy who just says whatever the fuck he wants and gets caught lying on a daily basis. We'll believe that guy. Why not?
But when you're winning in Illinois, you're happy to play by these rules.
Again, I've condemned all gerrymandering across the country. And in fact, when Democrats had a majority in Congress, they voted to ban gerrymandering in every state, red states and blue states. Do you know how many Republicans?
Yeah, this is a thing that Republicans love to do when all of a sudden they're like, oh, you guys say that you're against gerrymandering, but you guys do it the same as Republicans. Actually, they don't. Every single state that currently has partisan gerrymandering banned, they are all Democrat states. And then Democrats are the only ones who voted to ban it federally. It was Democrats, all Democrats voted to ban it federally. All of Republicans voted against banning it federally. So that is very, very untrue that Democrats it's just, oh, we all do it the same. No, Democrats have been trying to get rid of it, and Republicans have been trying to make sure that it stays there.
Republican members of Congress join them in that effort?
Which one? I'm sorry. Which state did you just refer to?
I'm asking, do you know how many Republicans joined Democrats in the U.S. Congress to ban gerrymandering?
Sorry, I saw a call just came in. It didn't ring for some reason, but I will call you back. My bad.
Hello.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
How's it going? What's your name?
Great. My name's Tony.
Tony. All right, Tony, what are you calling in for?
Well, yeah, you were talking about, maybe I misunderstood, but you were talking about the Trump border crossings that are down to zero. And I think
that's what he says, yes?
No, that's fact.
Yeah, the CBP disputes it. The people who are in charge of the border.
The people in charge of the border are DHS, Border Patrol.
Do you know who CBP is under?
Yes, you're going to say that, well, they're under DHS, theoretically.
Correct.
But DHS and Border Patrol. I'm in Texas, dude. I'm less than 20 miles from the border right now.
Okay. And do you stand there counting everybody who comes across?
By the way,
okay.
But they have cameras where you can go online and pull cameras up where you can see them. They're 300 miles of the border. I mean, that's not my opinion. That's anybody can go on and pull that up. What's weird is this though. Maybe you can answer me this. I'm being serious. I don't know, but CNN, they were MSNBC then. Now they're MS now. They wouldn't send anybody down. The legacy media wouldn't send anybody down, and that's the only reason I was watching Fox, because they actually had drones in the sky. Like, and I first started watching when 15,000 Haitians were crossing, and Kamala said that they were beating them like slaves, and then all that got debunked. And I was like, what's going on? And so I started really paying attention, and that's when I found the link. I've got it somewhere of where you pull up all the cameras. But it was crazy because DHS under Biden freaked me out. They were saying approximately 18 million, and that's unvetted. Then I dove a little bit deeper, and how much money are we talking? And they were saying that 950 million just for NGOs, just to help transport to different destinations, and that's when I really started thinking.
So nobody's saying that the numbers aren't low, okay? Nobody's saying that the numbers aren't low, but we're saying that when Trump says there's zero, this is a lie. This is just a lie. That, like, from his own administration, they are, for 2025, it was over 200,000 border crossings. That is the official number. He keeps saying it's zero, and he's been saying it's zero.
Cool. Can you post that or put the link where you can pull that up? Because I haven't seen anything like that. I'm not, seriously. Because believe me, brother, here in Texas, especially on the border, they get hot. They were hot. I mean, pissed, because it was just such a mass of humanity, and I haven't seen anything remotely close to that. Not that I know everything. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying that all the markers out here, it's been dead as a doornail for ever since we came back in.
Yeah, I mean, I have it up on my screen. If you have, the channel up still.
Yeah, I do. I'll say. Yeah, I can screenshot it. Where's it at?
It's just on my screen, like right below me.
Okay.
There's a chart there.
Okay. I just see it where it says, the last thing I see on here says,
You might just have to click to the live.
Okay, yeah, I see it. Okay, I got it. Hey, let me put this on pause because I've got both things going. Okay. Well, anyway, no, I would dispute it just because the massive humanity that we witnessed, even if you were if you were 50 miles from the border, dude.
Yeah, again, I'm not denying that they're down. Like, it shows like there were.
No, it's like nothing. I'm telling you. I'm all around here, whether I want to or not, and I've never seen it. Seriously, and I'm gonna say because it's Trump. I'm saying I don't care who's it. I've never seen it this dead. It's like dead, and that's why when you say this organization, I've heard of them, but I don't know do they actually have boots on the ground like Border Patrol?
CBP? Yes, they are Border Patrol. That's what CBP stands for, Customs and Border Patrol.
Okay, Customs and Border Patrol, because we're talking two different entities here. Because like at the docks,
no, it's one entity. CBP is one entity.
Well, yeah.
So, like, do you remember all the talk about the CBP One app? Customs is who checks your luggage and everything at the border. They're all.
I got
entity.
you. What I'm trying to tell you is there's Border Patrol. If you're down here, there's Border Patrol that on the perimeter. And then you get port of entry. At the ports of entry, they call them customs. And those are the dudes that work. Like you and I could be going through just in a car. We're just driving, hey, I'm coming back. I'm going back to the US. I was just over in Laredo.
Yeah.
And they say, hey, I don't like the way you look, whatever. And they tear your car apart. That kind of shit. And we call them customs. But the dudes on the perimeter are usually the ones getting the numbers, or we call them just like BPs or Border Patrol. And so I know they're under the same deal, but if you're down here, they're two different entities.
Yeah, it used to just be like Border Patrol and Security is what it was called. Now it's Customs and Border Patrol,
right.
But it's it's just no, I'm saying before it was still the same jobs that were all there. It was just called border control and security, and the security part is now what we call customs. We just changed
it. But what I'm saying is, if you're down here witnessing it, you'd be like, those are two different entities. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying that they're not the same, but like the dudes that went to Minneapolis, that wasn't customs. That was straight Border Patrol. That was the dudes on the perimeter.
Well, some of it was that.
No, I'm
So
just-
they had
no,
like
dude,
actual. Hold on. So some of the people who went to like Minneapolis and Minnesota, some of them were actual DHS officers. Like even though they all
Yeah, a
fall
bunch of them.
under DHS, they have DHS has their own officers. So if you remember when Alex Preddy kicked a car and everything, that was a DHS vehicle. It wasn't an ICE vehicle nor a CBP vehicle.
No, that was that. I thought that was ICE when he kicked the vehicle, and it was the DHS that shot him. That's the information I've read. It was the ICE.
Think
he kicked the ICE vehicle. The ICE dudes let him go. They shouldn't have.
I think
if they would have arrested him.
I think the ones that were. I think the ones that actually shot him was CBP, and I think the other one was a DHS vehicle. I could be wrong, but yeah. Anyways, the point is that they had multiple agencies out there.
Right, I agree. But here's the thing: the only good thing that really came from all that was, for example, I'm just using this example because we don't hear anything about it. New Orleans and Memphis. I got a bunch of relatives in Memphis, and they're amazed. And the whole thing is, the only difference is the ICE literally can go to the jail and say, local jails, and there's a bunch of them. Here's my detainer. I would like to get this person, and they work with them, and that's what now Governor Walz. I don't think the mayor liked it, but Governor Walz talked to Tom, the big dog, and he basically said, they got the DHS head honcho out of there because he was a little bit loose. But Tom basically negotiated where they said, "Hey, let me just go and serve my detainers," and all of a sudden, we got an agreement. That was the whole bitch. And really for the people in the community, there's more common ground than people realize here, because really they should want the bad guys. I'm talking the bad dudes. Those people should be able to, but they were not allowing them to go to the local 14 or 15 jails, whatever it is, and pick them up with their detainers. Once they agreed to doing that, that's why there was a de-escalation.
Just to be clear, the Donald Trump and his administration were saying for a while that he was refusing to do it. Walz kept saying, just to be clear, I allowed you to talk for a long time, so just give me a second to respond. Walz replied to Trump and said, no, we've told them over and over they can come and get the people when they're supposed to be released, but that within our state constitution, we're not legally allowed to hold people after their release date. Even if somebody else wants to put a hold on them, we can't do it unless they fill out the correct warrant to do it. And that ICE was not filling out the correct warrant, and then two, they weren't showing up on their release dates. And so they fully expected ICE to sit out there and wait and be there ready to hand them over to ICE when they were supposed to be released, but the ICE wouldn't come. They just wanted them to be held instead. And so the conversation that Trump and him had was that either you guys have to fill out the correct warrant, or you have to show up on the day. And Trump agreed to finally do the thing that Walz had been asking him to do the whole time.
It wasn't Trump. It was Tom Homer.
Trump said that he personally had a call with Walz, and Walz said he personally had a call with Trump, and that they came to an agreement.
Yeah, but that wasn't solidified till Tom got there. I'm telling you. Think about it.
Well, Tom was sent in literally the next day. But the point is that the idea that Walz was refusing to cooperate with them just wasn't true.
It is true. He because he said we don't. He said, and the mayor said too, we don't cooperate. We don't do ICE's job. That's what he said.
No. Hold on. That's not. Hold on. Wait. Which one? Wait. No. I need clarification. Which one is it that they won't cooperate, or that they won't do their job for them? Which one is it?
Well, they said both. The mayor and governor Walz said that.
They said both. Walz said that he will not cooperate with them.
He said that their law enforcement will not cooperate with ICE, and there's other states that are doing the same thing. And then there's
I don't believe that for a second.
It's true,
Walz has been saying the entire time that he was going to cooperate with them.
No, he hasn't. In fact, Tom Homer has gone on TV. No, he hasn't. Tom Homer's gone on TV over and over and said, if they'll just let us go to the jail, the local jail, not the prison. They're releasing the prisoners, by the way, at prisons. At the local jails, there's 14 of them. He goes, that they just let, because we only need one ICE officer to go pick them up. And they were not doing that. That's fact, dude. Look it up. I'm not making this shit up. I mean, I'm not arguing with you. I'm just saying, I've looked it up and I was like, why won't they just let them serve the detainers?
Okay.
And they said,
I'm looking it
and
up.
they said, we won't do it. Yeah. And they said, we won't do it.
Did Governor
And
Walz say he was refusing to cooperate with, sorry, I typed this incorrectly, with
they said
ICE?
both him and the mayor. Both him and the mayor. And the mayor never conceded, but the mayor doesn't have the power to stop the governor.
It says, yes, in January 2026, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz was reported to be restricting cooperation with federal immigration authorities amid intense criticisms of a federal enforcement surge in the state. The Department of Homeland Security accused Walz of refusing to honor ICE detainers and failing to allow federal agents to access state jails. The context is following a deadly shooting in Minneapolis involving a federal agent. Walz.
No, but it's not the state jails. They were complying with the state jails and prisons. They weren't doing the local jails. There's 14 or 15 of them.
That's what it's.
And Tom Homer, state jail is not.
Okay.
Is not. We're talking the county jails. We're talking the county jails.
Yeah, this is saying state jails. But okay, hold on. Let me finish reading it. Maybe it'll correct it later on.
Okay.
Following a deadly shooting in Minneapolis involving a federal agent, Walz referred to a federal presence as a reckless ICE mobilization and publicly told the federal government to leave Minnesota alone. The Department of Homeland Security. So this is saying he said that after Freddie was shot.
No, it was before, dude. This is why there was a whole bitch. This is why there was hope, and I can prove my point by this. Many Memphis and New Orleans, right? Both of those cities and the governors there said, "I will allow you, ICE, to serve your detainers and go to the local jails." They were already letting them have the prisoners because when they go to prison, it costs a whole lot, and so they're releasing them. But they're saying, "Okay." They're allowing, and you're not hearing any trouble. I'm telling you, Minnesota said we're not going to comply with ICE. They're terrorizing our community, and it went from day one that way. And Tom Holmgren's been saying it for months, dude. He's like,
yes, but hold on. We also know, just to be clear, we know that they've lied about this numerous times. Like we have proof of them lying about other states. Okay, hold on. I'll explain. I'll explain. We know that they've lied about these things numerous times. Yeah, okay.
I can prove they're not. If in Memphis or New Orleans, if they were lying, why aren't they going into the communities there? Because they can go to the local jails. They're allowing them to serve their detainers. And you haven't heard one word or any problems in Memphis, and they've had major extraction there. And New Orleans.
When did they go to Minnesota?
They went to Minnesota. Shit, I don't know, man. Like 2 months ago is when they started.
What happened 2 months ago?
A month and a half. They said we're going to go into locations where we have a high amount of retainers. Some people
a very specific thing happened 2 months ago that sent them.
Well, you're gonna say the fraud shit, right?
Yes, that is what they said was the reason they were going.
That shaded them, but that's not. But the fraud is a separate entity. You know they're there. The Trump administration is doubling down on the fraud shit. They've already got not Trump's administration, but the local state prosecutors, federal prosecutors have 78 convictions already.
Yes, that's the whole point. Everybody's been lying about the fact that they've been letting everyone get away with fraud the whole time, but the state has been prosecuting them the entire fucking time. And so this is another lie that they've been telling about these things. But the other lie that I was bringing up, hold on. The other lie that I was bringing up is the fact that they've said numerous times that other officials were refusing to cooperate with them, and then video came up of like local officers showing up to help ICE officers, and they ended up pepper spraying those people and telling them to leave. And so then the officers did. They all left, and then afterwards, ICE came out and said, yes, they're refusing to send backup. When we ask for backup, they're refusing to help. But we see the fucking videos when they did send backup, the ICE officers literally pepper sprayed them and told them to leave.
Man, CNN would be showing that all over the place. There have been no backup until they attacked the hotels, and that's after Walz had talked to Trump and Walz. And really, he wasn't going to do shit until until Tom Homan got in there, and he went to each. He got the approval from the governor. Then he went to each local jail. He let them know they got on the same page, and we hadn't had any problems. And he said, "Well,
Okay, I'm sorry, bro. We literally watched it on video. You can't tell me my eyes are lying to me. We watched it happen.
And you can't tell me that my eyes are lying. You show me one video.
And what did your eyes see? What did your eyes see?
Hold on. I never seen ICE pepper spray any local Minneapolis police, first of all. And Minneapolis police was not responding. The only time they responded is when the hotel got attacked, and that's after Waltz cut the deal and said, "We're good, let's go." That's the only time. And when they showed up, guess what? People started getting arrested. That's the fact. And if this is not true, then why are they having no problems in Memphis and in New Orleans? Dude, they pulled over
ICE
4,000
pepper
people
spray local police officers. Yes, according to reports from late 2025,
Okay,
U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, ICE agencies were. Hold on, you don't even know what the report is yet. Let me read the report.
Tell me the proof source.
So this is from a AI overview that's using a bunch of different sources. I can click on one of the sources and get the. Hold on. Hold on, bro. Chill. Before you challenge the source or challenge the information, allow me to read it, and then if you want me to click on a source, I'm happy to click on a source. But I can't go to find a source on literally each and every little thing. So yeah, the U.S. Immigration Customs Enforcement ICE agents were accused of using chemical agents, including pepper spray and pepper balls that affected local police officers. Chicago Superintendent Larry Snelling stated that federal ICE tear gassed and used chemical agents that affected 27 police officers who were present at the scene in Brighton Park. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson called for an investigation into actions of the federal agents. Reports indicate broader pattern of confrontation between federal agents and local entities in late 2025, with federal agents using pepper balls and tear gas in various cities, leading to a temporary court order restricting their use of such agents against protesters and others in northern districts of Illinois. Yes, this is.
Yeah, and guess
when
what?
they
That
asked
went
them
absolutely
to
nowhere. And if that was true, you'd be seeing it on CNN, and you'd be seeing it on every legacy channel. We haven't, dude. Chicago tried to take them to court, and guess what? They went nowhere. There is nobody stopping ICE because ICE is putting gassing down for local police.
I'm sorry, that's a totally separate issue. That is a total separate issue. No. Hold on. Wait. Hold on. You're challenging. Hold on. Slow down. You're on too many different topics. Were local police there? How? Yes, you are. Just slow down. Were local police there?
Local police were gassed.
Were local police there? Were local police there? Were local police there?
What?
Were local police there? Are you denying that the local police were there handling the crowds and doing crowd control?
Were ordered to stand down. They were not going to assist ICE, and they weren't assisting ICE. That's why
okay. Can you answer the question? Were local police there doing crowd control? Yes or no? I don't want to hear you answer a different question.
When?
On numerous occasions, but like we're talking about.
No, only when Waltz. Well, if you watch the facility, you saw the ICE facility. They had a couple times some locals come out there, and then they got pulled, and that was within the first 2 weeks. And they pulled them, and they said, "We're not going to get in the middle of this." And then Waltz reaffirmed and said, "We're not going. They have to do their job. They're ICE. That's the feds, and we're not getting in the box." I said, "Okay, cool." Then guess what? When every incident you saw, including Petty or Miss Good, lady got shot, did you see any local authorities there? Because that shit had been going on for more than a minute. No, you didn't. When did you see them? When they attacked the hotel after Waltz made the deal with Tom Homan and Trump.
Come on, man.
Only then did you see them go out and they got to the hotel and
come on, man. Y'all, you know that was.
And they've been breaking. And
y'all know that was.
Locals, police have been breaking down those barriers they've tried to put up and stop local people. Dude, I'm telling you, if this is not the truth, then why is in Memphis and New Orleans, and they pulled like 2,000 detainers out of both cities. They pulled almost 4,000 out of Minneapolis, and guess what?
I'm sorry, but you're on too much bullshit right now. You got to slow down. You are on too much bullshit. I'm telling you, I'm not. It's not up for question. I am telling you right now. You are rambling about irrelevant shit right now. We're trying to get to one thing right now about
complying. Other cities that comply with. Other cities that allow ICE to serve the detainers are not having any of this shit. Period. That's a fact. Don't believe me. Go look.
Okay, so this is a video of ICE officers walking off with their eyes covered and people talking about the fact that they were getting pepper sprayed.
What's the date on it?
Then we have this is from
okay, cool. What's the date on it?
4 months ago. It's from like November.
Okay, well, goddamn, dude. I'm talking the last months when the shit went down. When did that dude get shot? 3 weeks ago? 4 weeks ago? When did Petty get shot? 2 weeks ago? 3 weeks ago?
You're talking about things that happened in Chicago.
I'm talking about what everybody's bitching about and what caused this thing to come to a head where the governor of Minnesota finally said, I'll allow you to serve your detainers at the local jail. He did, and now we got...
This is why I'm... Okay, so listen to me. Just please listen to what I'm saying right now, okay? This is why I'm saying that you're on about too many different things, because when you bring up things and I contest... Okay, I'm sorry, brother. I can't do this anymore. Like, if you're not going to listen to what I'm saying...
You know what?
I'm trying to explain it to you. I don't care if it's the truth. It's not on the same topic. 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 It's not on...
You don't want to examine New Orleans or Memphis.
Why is it every fucking time, dude? Every fucking time these people can't just stop rambling and screaming over me the whole time. They can't ever do it. They literally can never do it. I don't know why. This isn't that hard, dude. I ask you a question, just answer the question, engage on the topic that we're talking about. If you're saying that none of the Democrat cities are willing to send out any help and that this is only a problem in these specific cities, and I say, well, no, there's actual a video of ICE officers like saying, because my claim was we can't trust them. They've lied about this in the past. He said no, they didn't. They never lied about it. I said yes, they did. There's video of them pepper spraying local officers in states where they came to help, and then they claimed afterwards that they never came to help. And then there's the police chief talking about the fact that they're pepper spraying their officers. And he said, no, that never happened. So then I pull up the evidence that it happened, and he starts going back to Minneapolis. We're not talking about Minneapolis right now. You denied that this ever happened. We're talking about the fact that whatever it is the Trump administration tells you, you can't trust it. That's and we could have gotten to the Alex Preddy situation as well, where they lied about what happened there. Christine Noem said that he was there to do maximal damage, that he walked up to officers with a gun. Like, this is not this. They are not trustworthy. They're just lying over and over. And the point is that if you're going to keep quoting them to tell us that this is what happened, but then we have proof that that's a lie and that that's not what happened, I'm sorry, but we just can't trust them anymore. They are not a good source. But yeah, as soon as I brought this up and I bring up proof that he's wrong, he just starts rambling and rambling about everything else but this. Everything but this. So, whatever. It's every time. Like, it's the same with the numbers. Like, no, I tell them it's not at 0. No, it is at 0. No, it's not at 0. Yes, it is. It is at 0. Okay, well, here's 2 graphs saying that it's not at 0 from the actual authorities on this. Starts rambling about everything but this now. Just rambling about everything but this. And I was being nice. I didn't hold him down. I didn't say, bro, come on. You said it was 0. You said it was 0. You got to admit it. You got to admit it. Like, I wasn't going to do that. I'm not going to debate bro him. But I need him at least to be on the same topic as me at some point. He just rambles.
But when you're winning in Illinois, you're happy to play by these rules.
Again, I've condemned all gerrymandering across the country. And in fact, when Democrats had a majority in Congress, they voted to ban gerrymandering in every state, red states and blue states. Do you know how many Republican members of Congress joined them in that effort?
Which one? I'm sorry, which state did you just refer to?
I'm asking, do you know how many Republicans joined Democrats in the U.S. Congress to ban gerrymandering? All the Democrats voted for it. 0 Republicans voted for it. 0.
It's an odd.
So you can spare me the both sides rhetoric. It's clearly one side that is trying to rig the rules in the middle of the game. This is like 2 football teams coming out of the locker room at halftime, and the team that's ahead says they want to change the rules for the second half so they can win the game. All of us would be throwing food at the TV if that happened. We don't accept cheating in our politics. We don't accept cheating in our relationships. We shouldn't accept cheating in our elections.
You've done the same thing as us, and we are going to, by the way, if you do it, we're going to ratchet it up even more, in the words of Gavin Newsom.
My party has never gerrymandered in the middle of the decade at the request of the President of the United States, nor would we. The only way this is going to happen in blue states is if Texas executes this power grab. You mentioned Massachusetts. Do you know the party of the governor that signed that map into law? He was a Republican. It was a Republican governor that signed that map into law. So I just want to be clear with our facts, and I don't want to muddy the waters. All of us, whether we're Democrats, independents, or Republicans, we should stand up to politicians who don't want to face accountability at the ballot box. That's exactly what's happening here. And I asked you, if Republican policies are popular, why do they need to redraw these maps? Why can't they just run on their policies?
I'm getting wrapped on time. I'm enjoying this conversation. I want to let it go on, and I apologize. That's such is the nature of cable television.
Yep. And from my understanding, it seems as though after Texas redrew all those lines, it's still going to turn out that Democrats are going to end up taking more seats, I believe. I remember somebody saying that, actually. I don't know if that's true. I know that we're probably going to get a Senate seat in Texas. Let's see. We got Thune warns Texas Senate seat could flip to Democrat. Oh, that's one seat. Okay. Crockett leads Tallarico by double digits in Texas Senate poll. Ooh. Whoa, that's interesting. That is interesting. Jasmine Crockett leads James Tallarico by double digits in Senate Democratic primary poll finds. Dallas U.S. Representative Jasmine Crockett has double-digit lead over Austin State Representative James Tallarico in the final days of Texas Senate Democratic primary, according to a new poll released Wednesday. In the survey fielded from February 2nd to February 16th, Crockett garnered the support of 56% of voters, while Tallarico got 44% of voters. Whoa. That's actually pretty big. That's interesting because most of the polls, they include everybody who's in the race for that seat, but the other people are polling at like 1 or 2%. They're all very, very low. And so it's good that somebody did a poll between just the two of them, because in the ones where you include the others, where they end up taking up about 10% total between like 3 or 4 of them, Jasmine Crockett and Tallarico are tied in those. They're tied. It's like, 40%, 41% for both of them each time. But if you do one just between the two of them, apparently Crockett is really killing Tallarico. As in other polls, Crockett had a massive advantage with black voters, drawing 87%. The Dallas Congresswoman also led among seniors and voters without a college degree. Tallarico had a narrow advantage with white voters, winning them by only 6 percentage points, while Hispanic voters were a virtual toss-up, with Crockett leading by 4 points. Dang, okay. Sheesh. From what I keep hearing from like streamers is that Tallarico has this in the bag, but doesn't seem to be the case. It does not seem to be the case. That's interesting.
Would you have overturned the election results?
Mike Pence could have done more to sort of surface some of the problems in the 2020 election.
would you have not certified the
Well,
election?
I think that what I would have done, I mean, look, I happen to think that there were issues back in 2020, particularly in Pennsylvania. They just refused to actually decertify the election results in Pennsylvania. Do I think that we could have had a much more rational conversation about how to ensure that only legal ballots are cast? Yes. And do I think that Mike Pence could have played a better role? Yes.
He was asked to not certify it.
Sure.
And Mike Pence could have played a better role. This guy is such a worm. He is such a worm that Mike Pence could have played a better role. Mike Pence could have played a better role. Didn't JD Vance say that when he was asked if he would certify the votes, didn't he say that he would have done it? Didn't he say that if it happens again, he'll certify the votes? I feel like I remember him saying that if he was given the same option, he'll certify the election. Or certify the alternate slate of electors.
Sure.
So would you have certified? I'll ask you for the third
Again,
time.
I would have asked the states to submit alternative slates of electors and let the country have the debate about what actually matters and what kind of an election that we had.
You
in
wouldn't have
these important
certified,
states.
to be clear.
I would have asked the states to submit alternative slates of
I think
electors.
that's
what
I would have asked the states to send alternate slates of electors. They did. They did. They asked the states to send alternate slates of electors. They did. And the states said, no, we're not going to do it. And so then Trump and his team went and told everybody to go up there, and they picked their own alternate electors and told them to go to the state capitals and turn in their ballots anyways. They did. They did. They told the states to do it, and the states said no. You know why? He's literally saying, yeah, I would have told them to do this thing that Trump did tell them to do, but then when they said no, we're not going to do it, then Trump just went ahead and tried to do it anyways without their permission. But when Trump is walking around, as he has been recently, claiming that the states are there to do his bidding, that the states are there for the federal government, it's pretty apparent that he thinks that they work for him.
Now, as I said, the big development this moment is that the vice president of Venezuela, Delcy Rodriguez, has just appeared on camera for the first time and said she's in charge, flanked by military officials and other power brokers in Venezuela.
Oh, this is a different clip than what I was looking for. Yeah, I guess I missed the one that I was looking for. All right. All right. Well, let's see. Well, we'll just go ahead and play this one. I think this is from
calling Maduro's capture a kidnapping, demanding his immediate release, and saying that Venezuela will not be a colony of the United States. A defiant move, given that Trump has said his team's running the country and that she's doing everything they want.
We have a major breaking news update in the ongoing story of Donald Trump's unilateral and unconstitutional.
I had numerous MAGA people who called in when this initially happened, and they said that if Donald Trump tries to run that country, that they will totally oppose it. They'll totally denounce it. Because when we had the conversation, I kept saying, I was like, you guys say that you're like against regime change and all this. They're like, it's not regime change. We just took out the fake leader and we handed the country over to the people. And so now they're handling it themselves. And I'm like, but they're not. Like Trump has said that they're likely going to send in a transition team. They're like, yes, but he changed his mind on that, and now he's just given it over to another leader. And it's like, okay, so if he does that, you'll be against it. Every single one of them. Yeah, yes, of course. Of course. If he tries to run that other country, that I will be totally against that. And then, yes, he did turn around and say that he was running that country. So, Tom, what happens in 2028 when this maggot doesn't certify his own loss? I don't know, man.
Constitutional regime change war in Venezuela. And that update is this. Mere hours after both Trump and Marco Rubio publicly boasted that the new interim leader of Venezuela, Nicolas Maduro's vice president, Delcy Rodriguez, would simply roll over for Trump and do whatever Trump ordered her to do, serving as Trump's puppet. Well, now she is publicly giving Trump the finger and humiliating him and defying him, suggesting that Venezuela will not cooperate the way that Trump says, which means the odds of Trump using military intervention again, potentially even invading and occupying Venezuela with American soldiers, American boots on the ground, the odds of that have radically increased. But before we unpack all of that, if you end up liking this video and you want to support the channel, please be sure to hit the like, subscribe, and alert bells before you go. All right, folks, to unpack this, I got to start with reminding you about what Trump said just a few hours ago about Venezuela's interim leader.
Weren't going to back Machado to come back and be the opposition leader in your Fox and Friends interview. And then you also mentioned the vice president of Venezuela. Are you going to work with the vice president of Venezuela, or how do you foresee the relationship going?
Dude, that voice right there, I feel like that's like, I feel like that's somebody who calls into every show or something like that. Like I feel like I know that voice. The reporter who's asking the question, I feel like I know that voice. I almost feel like it reminds me of something from Arc Raiders, like somebody who plays Arc Raiders or something like that. Is it Cloaksy? Does it sound like Cloaksy?
In your Fox and Friends interview. And then you also mentioned the vice president of Venezuela. Are you going to work with the vice president of Venezuela?
I know that voice. Where do I know that voice?
Venezuela, or how do you foresee the relationship
I
going?
understand she was just sworn in, but she was, as you know, picked by Maduro. So Marco's working on that directly. Just had a conversation with her, and she's essentially willing to do what we think is necessary to make Venezuela great again. Very simple.
Weren't going to back Machado.
So he says whatever we think is necessary, she's just going to do what she's told. And then he doubled down on it later in the same press conference, and he used even more degrading language to describe the nature of their dynamic.
Are you saying that Secretary Hegseth and Rubio are going to be running Venezuela, and will you be sending in U.S. military
They're
troops
going
to
to be a
provide?
team that's working with the people of Venezuela to make sure that we have Venezuela right. Because for us to just leave, who's going to take over? I mean, there is nobody to take over. You have a vice president who's been appointed by Maduro. And right now she's the vice president, and she's, I guess, the president. She was sworn as president just a little while ago. She had a long conversation with Marco, and she said, we'll do whatever you need. I think she was quite gracious, but she really doesn't have a choice. We're going to have this done right. We're not going to just do this with Maduro, then leave like everybody else, leave and say, let it go to hell.
So he says she doesn't have a choice. And again,
interesting. So it's going to shit. I think is what we take from that. It's all going to shit.
If the media was legitimate, they would be talking about one of the biggest crises that's happening in this country right now, which is a massive increase in all-cause mortality.
Yeah.
It's a massive...
No way, dude. No way, bro. Do you guys know what this is? Do you guys know? Do you guys know about this thing? This is an RFK thing. It's all-cause mortality is like any sort of death for any reason. Okay, it's like pretty much anything, no matter what it is. It's any sort of death, right? But they line this up with COVID with vaccines. They line this up with vaccines, and they say after vaccines were taken, so this is the thing that RFK kept pushing, is that once vaccines were taken, then all of a sudden all-cause mortality went up, and that they think that vaccines are just causing all sorts of problems. The all-cause mortality includes like car accidents, it includes viruses, it includes diseases, AIDS, cancer, infant mortality, like everything. It includes everything. And they're trying to say that this is a cause of the vaccines. That, like, we can't know. We can't know. It could be that the vaccines are just causing all sorts of diseases and all sorts of viruses and all sorts of other things. This is the theory. This is the thing that they're pushing now, is the all-cause mortality.
If the media was legitimate, they would be talking about one of the biggest crises that's happening in this country right now, which is a massive increase in all-cause mortality.
Yeah.
It's a massive increase, and they're completely silent on it. It's like in some age groups, it's a 40+% increase in all-cause mortality, heart attacks, strokes, cancer. Gee, what do you think happened that changed where all of a sudden there's this massive increase and it coincides with something else? Don't you think maybe they would investigate that? Don't you think that like you would have some sort of investigative reporter that dives deep into this and gets to the bottom of it? No, they can't. Because of what you said.
They're
captured.
They're totally captured. 100%.
100%, dude. 100% they're captured. He's not captured, though. He's totally not captured. He's totally open. Totally free, guys. Joe Rogan is not captured. By the way, all-cause mortality did not go up for anybody who took the vaccine. It actually went down. All-cause mortality went down for people who took the vaccines, and has not gone up overall. It has not gone up overall. It has not gone up. Obviously, the aliens gave us these vaccines. Yep. No large-scale long-term studies consistently show that overall all-cause mortality is lower in vaccinated individuals compared to unvaccinated. Major health authorities and scientific community conclude that the benefits of COVID-19 vaccination in preventing severe illness and death significantly outweigh any potential risk. Lower overall risk of death. Multiple studies have shown that have found that people who received a COVID-19 vaccine had a consistently lower risk of death from any cause than those who were unvaccinated. For example, one national cohort study of over 28 million adults in France found that vaccinated individuals had a 25% lower risk of all-cause mortality over a 4-year period. This protective effect remained even when COVID-19 deaths were excluded from analysis. So for people like Joe Rogan and the other guy, I can't remember his name, but for people like Joe Rogan, if you can claim that the media is illegitimate because they're not talking about all-cause mortality going up after vaccines, but then it turns out all-cause mortality has not gone up. It's actually gone down. That has to mean that according to Joe Rogan's logic, we have to say that he is illegitimate. He is illegitimate. He is somebody that people should not be listening to. He's somebody who does not have good information. And he'll sit around and say, "Oh, I'm just a guy. I'm just a guy who's just talking to people. I'm not a journalist or anything like that." The problem is that if you're going to sit around dogging on journalists and dogging on journalism, dogging on the media, and convincing people that these people are illegitimate, you are actively harming the country. You are actively harming our population, and you're actively harming our politics currently with the way that you're spreading false information. Not just getting it wrong, not just being a little bit off. You're literally telling people the opposite of what is true. I, for one, am grateful Rogan trusts RFK so much. He and all his fans have gorged themselves on lard and do us all a favor. Yeah, here's, let's see. Yeah, Joe Rogan got this stuff from RFK. RFK is the one who's been spreading this information because he doesn't know how to read studies. He's the head of our CDC, but he doesn't know how to read studies. Is brilliant, right? The guy who just has absolutely no idea how studies work and how to read them. He keeps coming out with ridiculous claims all the time, and this is who Joe Rogan's getting his information.
If the media was legit.
But your vice presidential pick wants to recall the Moderna vaccine. That's the one I got.
She's not going to.
Well, do you agree with that? Recall it.
I think I think those vaccines we need to have, again, true double-blind placebo-controlled trials on that. There's 25% of Americans who believe that they know somebody who was killed by a COVID vaccine.
Killed?
Killed. 25% of Americans, 52% of Americans believe that the vaccines are causing injuries, including death. 52%. Oh, if you look at the clinical trial studies, the actual studies that were done.
So just to be clear, the study that he's talking about here, we went and read that study last time we went over this, and it literally said that there is no connection to the vaccines that they're able to prove. So.
That were released of the Pfizer vaccine. Moderna has not released it. If you look at the Pfizer vaccine, there were 22,000 people in the placebo group, 22,000 people who got the actual vaccine, and the people who got the vaccine had a 23% higher death rate from all causes at the end of that study.
But that could not be the disease itself?
No, well,
because we know that
if it is, then the vaccine doesn't work, does it?
That's really stupid. It's a really stupid thing to say, that if people die from the virus, that then the vaccine doesn't work. Now, if they're dying at a higher rate than people who were unvaccinated, sure, but people who were unvaccinated died at a much higher rate from COVID than people who got vaccinated. People who were unvaccinated died at a way higher rate from COVID than people who got vaccinated. So that just wasn't the case. But
it's certainly. Well, no, that's not true at all. And I'm somebody who did not want the vaccine and didn't think I should have been made to get it. But it does work. I think it all.
Wait a minute.
Work in the sense that if you were many people who would have died because they were not in good health. It killed mostly the obese and the very elderly. Okay, those people should.
Are we talking about
they are.
Wasted Tom got it. Says COVID almost killed him after. No, before. There wasn't even a vaccine at the time that I got COVID. I got COVID right at the beginning. Like, I got COVID like early on.
Those people are alive today, I think, because of the vaccine. I think that's the truth. Does it also have complications? Yes. I mean, anecdotally, I have not heard about 1 out of 4 people dying, but I know a lot of people who've had issues. Yes, but they could have had worse issues if they got the disease. That's the thing. Medicine is always so. I just am for, let's make it a case-by-case basis. Certainly.
Well, I agree with that, too. I believe that people want a vaccine, that they should be able to get it. I'm not anti-vaccine. What I say is that...
Well, people think you are.
Well, I know, but that's because I'm called that because it's a way of silencing me. But I have said for 17 years...
I'm not anti-vaccine. I'm called that as a way of silencing me, is what he says.
Before I conclude, I want to make sure the committee is clear about a few things. News reports have claimed that I'm anti-vaccine or any-industry. I am neither. I am pro-safety.
We'll have order.
There's a specific clip of him.
News reports have claimed that I'm anti-vaccine or any-industry. I am neither. There's no vaccine that is, safe and effective.
There's no vaccine that's safe and effective. He's not anti-vaccine, though, guys. He's not anti-vaccine. But also, there is no vaccine that's safe and effective. There isn't one. Don't exist. But also, if you get COVID after taking the vaccine, then it just doesn't work. That's just not a vaccine anymore. But also, all vaccines are not safe and effective. There isn't one.
Vaccines play a critical role in healthcare. All of my kids are vaccinated. What would I do if I could go back in time and I could avoid giving my children the vaccines that I gave them? I would do anything for that.
If your kids were young now, would you give them the measles, the mumps vaccine?
No. I support the measles vaccine. I support the polio vaccine. I will do nothing as HHS secretary that makes it difficult or discourages people.
He just lies, dude. He just lies. This is the whole Trump administration. Every time they talk, they contradict themselves from one day to the next. They will just say whatever it is that impresses or, is it advantageous to them in the moment, or impresses the people in the moment. But he'll say whatever it is he needs to say, just the same as everybody else in the Trump administration, from one day to the next or from one moment to the next. It doesn't matter. It could be just a person's talking to them. They'll say something to them, then they walk away, and another person walks up. They'll say the exact opposite to that person because they're going to say whatever it is that they need to say to get the job done. So and you don't have these sort of clips for the Biden administration. This is not a norm within politics. Everybody says, "Oh, well, you show clips like this." They'll say, "Oh, everybody in government lies." Okay, show me clips like this of Biden. Show me clips of this of like Hillary. Show me clips of this of Obama. Show me, like, you don't have them. You don't have them. They don't exist. And the ones that they do clip, the ones that they do show of like Fauci, they'll claim, "Oh, Fauci said that masks don't work and that they weren't effective at all, and he lied to everybody and blah blah blah." And then you go look at the context of the conversation. He just didn't say it. It just didn't happen. Like, he just said something totally different, and they just clipped him out of context. So yeah, it's the ones that they do have, it's just still them lying. The ones that do exist, it's still them fucking lying about it. Our country is in the shitter, guys. Our country is in the shitter. Or sorry, let's see. After adjusting for age, health conditions, and socioeconomic factors, it concluded that vaccination was associated with a 25% lower risk of deaths from all causes. So where RFK said there was a 25% higher risk of death. It's the exact opposite. There's a 25% lower risk. And then it says part of that difference is likely to stem from COVID-19 itself. Vaccinated people were 74% less likely to die from severe COVID-19. 74% less likely to die. So when we're talking about the differences in death rates between people who got vaccinated and people who didn't get vaccinated, 74%. 25% to 74%. This is insane. Insane difference here. But for people who didn't get vaccinated, you're welcome. You can thank all of us whenever you feel like it. We are your heroes. We saved you. You're welcome. You can all walk around now saying, I didn't get vaccinated, because the rest of us did.
You know, why is it that the director of the FBI has his private jet that's funded by the U.S. taxpayer dollar flown in from Manassas Airfield to Reagan National instead of taking his 3-car up-armored suburban motorcade 35 miles to take the plane? It's $5,000 a pop every time that plane takes off and lands. It's $5,000 a pop every time that plane takes off and lands. It's $5,000 a pop every time that plane takes off and lands.
Kash Patel, very, very critical of those who use the jet a little bit too much, okay? He thinks that you should just use the car. Why won't you just use the motorcade, dude? Why are you using a jet to go all over the place? Ridiculous. It's insane. Just use the motorcade, bro. Okay, what is this?
Thumb up if you are interested in the person next to you. Thumb down if you are not. In 3, 2, 1. I have a question. Were you interested, or do you want to say your name or no?
Kate.
So Kate did murmur before that she was interested in you, and conveniently she's right here. So,
sheesh, is that her leg?
Do you want to say your name or no?
Kate.
So Kate did murmur before that she was interested in you, and conveniently she's right here.
Oh yeah.
So it's a Hail Mary. And is there anything you want to say, Kate?
I hope you guys have some really great sex later. But you are very attractive, Luke, and you are very beautiful, Samantha.
Thank you. So are you.
Thank you.
All right. Regardless of what happened tonight, point to the person you are more interested in 3, 2, 1.
I would too, bro. I would too. Samesies, dude. Like, she's cute, but yeah, she's a babe. Yeah, she's super cute. Same.
Regardless of what happened tonight, point to the person you are more interested in 3, 2, 1.
Yeah, you gotta go with the girl at the table.
She's coming up. She's coming up, bro. All right, Kate. Eyes closed, look straight. Thumb up.
Oh, she still got a vote. Oh no. Oof, that's rough that they're still gonna have her vote, because now that he's sitting right next to the other chick and chose her after saying after thumbs upping the other chick, now thumbs upping her too. And she did say, I hope you guys have great sex tonight. This is the fact that this is clipped tells me that, yeah, she is not gonna go. She's not going for it.
Up if you are interested in Luke. Thumb down if you are not. In 3, 2, 1. Oh!
Yeah, I fucking, yep. Damn, dude. He got fucked both ways. He got fucked both ways. Damn. Sheesh.
A girl's girl, always.
But it seems like when you got up here, the energy changed. Was that what it was?
Well, yeah, I just saw how good they had a great connection.
We're gonna see if that connection is still there. Samantha, everyone silent!
Oh man, that announcer guy fucked him, bro. That announcer guy fucked him. I would be pissed at that dude. He fucked.
Yeah, okay. You know, President Trump is not the only one who gets the vapors when it comes to Zohran Mamdani. I mean, my goodness gracious, he likes popular politicians. Here's a popular politician for you. Take a look here. Mamdani's net favorable rating in New York City in September of 2025, plus 14 points. December of 2025, plus 38. Now, look at this, plus 48 points. A more popular mayor to start off than either of his two.
I've been seeing tons of like right-wing propaganda about Mamdani with everybody saying that they all hate him. I've seen tons of right-wingers just putting out all of these videos about how everybody in New York hates Mamdani. They're already sick of him. They're already upset with everything. And I see so much of it, dude. So much. Like, seriously, every day I'm getting more and more videos. There's trash all over the streets now that Mamdani took over. There's you know, snow isn't getting plowed. They're trying to pay random people to go, you know, shovel snow now. This is ridiculous. This is what socialism looks like, guys. There's more homeless people on the streets all of a sudden, and blah blah. Like, this is what I see on a daily basis, and I started to wonder. I thought, oh dang. Sheesh, looks like maybe a lot of people really aren't happy with him, but yeah, no, not looks like his approval ratings continue to skyrocket.
Two Democratic predecessors, either Eric Adams or Bill de Blasio, the most popular Democrat in New York City in a generation, and President Trump, who likes to get on board with popular politicians, is getting on board right now with this guy.
Getting on board with this guy. Okay, so what about statewide?
Yeah.
What are we seeing statewide?
Okay, so you know what? A lot of Republicans are like, oh, we're going to run statewide in New York and run against Zohran Mamdani. There's a slight problem with that, and that is Zohran Mamdani isn't just popular in New York City. He's actually the most popular Democrat statewide. Take a look at this. Net favorable of New York Democrats statewide. Look at this. Zohran Mamdani with a positive net favorable rating of plus 16 points. More popular than Kristen Gillibrand at plus 12. More popular than Kathy Hochul at plus 9.
Hochul and Gillibrand are the other two Democrats that won at the same time as him, right? They both won the governorships in their states, and then he won mayor. Pixie unironically tweeted that Kamala changed to Republican policies. Yeah, I've seen her. I've seen her tweet stuff like this in the past. It was pretty disappointing. Yeah, she unfollowed me a while back when all the Destiny stuff happened, though, so she didn't block me or anything, but yeah, I just don't want to. I would like to respond to some of these things, but I feel like that's gonna be the the thing hanging over any sort of interaction there. So you didn't simp for her enough? Yeah. Yep. I let everybody down. That's why everybody went to go watch JSTLK instead, is because he was definitely the bigger simp in the end.
More popular than Chuck Schumer at -7. The bottom line is this: Zohran Mamdani is the most popular Democrat in the state of New York right now. Republicans are not going to be able to run against him in the midterms because the bottom line is this: he's popular not just in his home city, but he's popular in New York State as well.
Okay, but what about the popularity with the president? What is it that President Trump seems to like about him?
Yeah, okay. So I think what he likes about him is the fact that he is very much the type of politician who is able to attract the media attention in the same way while sticking with what he believes is right? You know, Donald Trump has always been this type of politician who goes out there, says a whole heck of a lot of things, but then is still able to maintain his base. And Zohran Mamdani is the type of guy who's been able to bring in President Trump, but also has basically been sticking to his campaign platform. I mean, take a look at this. Chance Mamdani freezes the rent, the thing he had run on. Look at this. According to the prediction markets, the Kalshi prediction market this year, there's still an 81% chance that Zohran Mamdani actually freezes the rent. So he is maintaining his popularity citywide. You see him right here. It's been going up like a rocket. He is maintaining, in fact, being the most popular Democrat in the state of New York right here, plus 16 points. And he is doing so while also at this point looking like he is going to actually keep that big campaign promise of freezing the rent. At this point, as I said, President Trump isn't the only one who has the vapors, because the bottom line is this: a lot of New Yorkers have the vapors about Zohran Mamdani as well, as he is sticking to his quite progressive platform.
Harry Anson, always a pleasure, my friend.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Turn over a full body restraint device allegedly being used in ICE deportations. The full body restraint device is called the RAP. The company that made a modified version of the device for ICE says it allows for people.
It's a lot easier to shoot people when you got them wrapped up like this. You know? Makes it a lot easier to just bang, bang, bang. If you can get them into this first. It's a wrap. Get it?
People to be restrained during flights and long bus trips. However, lawsuits filed compare incorrect usage of the RAP to punishment and even torture. The companies that is.
Yeah, that's what ICE is known for. That's what Trump's DHS is known for. Earlier, the guy who came on was talking about the fact that he thinks that the DHS officers who got into it with Alex Preddy 11 days earlier before he got shot, that they should have just arrested him. Yeah, I agree. That's the only time you can use that type of force against somebody is if you're trying to arrest them. But they didn't try to arrest him. They just went and beat him up and then walked off and left. Like, yeah, the idea is, yes, they probably, you ought to arrest somebody if you're going to use that much force on them. It's to achieve an end. It's to achieve a goal. But if you just go out and fucking beat them up just cause, that's not how that works. But they love torturing people. They love beating people up. They love hurting folks and just kind of being overtly unnecessary with their use of force.
Is not the case.
Resorting to medieval times type of torture. This picture is from the 13th century. This is the human wrap is a new take on medieval century torture.
Okay, just to be clear, we've had stuff like this forever. It's not a brand new thing. It's new. So she's showing people in prison or people in jail who are locked up where they're using stuff like this. That's not new. We still do that today pretty regularly. To use it in the field, to use it in the streets, that's where it's different. So where she shows this, where it's people who are locked up in jail, like, look at the medieval. Well, we still do that. There's so this is a chair that they use in jails and prisons where they wrap you up, wrap up your feet, wrap up your chest and everything. and make it so make it so that you can't move. This is not a new thing, but it's used in jail, right? They use it in jail. Now, they do also, if somebody's kicking and screaming too much, if somebody's throwing a fit, if somebody's, you know, being too erratic when they're trying to arrest somebody and they're kicking and screaming, sometimes they'll put somebody in the back of the car and they'll just bang their head on the window and like try to hurt themselves and crap like that. They will call an ambulance and then wrap them up in the, like, the stuff that normally they'll use for like airlifts and crap like that, where they just wrap the entire person up. They will wrap them up and then put them onto a gurney and lay them down for that as well. So those are things that are used for people who are being too unruly, to like people who refuse to cooperate at all, or who are trying to hurt themselves. But the problem is that, yeah, with ICE, they already unnecessarily torture people all the time. So it's a bit different, but I guess she's missing the point here. So not unexpected. That's one of the girls from the Leftist Mafia podcast. So
let's begin with the latest read on inflation. This is important, and it's probably moving markets. It's the producer price report. It came in hotter than expected. Prices up 2.9% over the last 12 months. Now look at the core number. This pulls out the volatile prices for food and energy. Prices up a whopping 3.6% in the last 12 months. That is the highest reading since...
So it's up 0.8% month over month. So just since last month, it's up almost a whole percentage point. But year over year, it's up over 3.5 points. 3.5 for year over year.
March of
the Leftist Mafia, the one with Matt Binder, and yes, yeah. Oh, I thought I recognized her. Yeah.
2025. Now, look at Dow's. That's affecting futures. Go back to the boards there. We're down 526 now on the Dow, down 235 on the NASDAQ. Fortunately, we have David Barnson with me this morning to explain things. Is this sell-off anything to do with inflation, or is it the air?
The Dow is up. It's down almost 50,000. 49,000. The Dow right now.
Coming out of AI again.
Yes, it's a combination of both. I think probably the NASDAQ is more related to air out of AI. And then remember, if the inflation number runs hot, they assume interest rates might not come down as much. That affects the valuation of expensive AI, tech, NASDAQ things. So they're connected, Stuart. This PPI number was not good.
No, it's not. It's not encouraging at all.
You don't like the Surfs? No, I fucking hate them. Literally everybody on that show, they're some of the dumbest people of all time. Every single person on that show, they are the dumbest fucking people I've ever seen. And all you have to do is go and watch either Lance or Binder, either one of them, watch them go debate Tim Pool. And just get completely wrecked by him while he's wrong the entire fucking time. And they still get absolutely hammered by him. It's so embarrassing. It's so embarrassing. Binder isn't as bad as the rest. Oh, Binder's one of the dumbest people I've ever seen on the internet. He is top tier stupidity. I totally disagree. I think Binder and Lance are on the same level of lacking any sort of critical thinking skills. They are neck and neck. He's dumb, but he has some reasoning skills. I disagree, man. I totally disagree. They all seem above average intellect to me. So the problem is that, like, if you don't know like the actual details, right? If they're talking about topics that you haven't like studied enough or like looked into enough, they will talk around issues to like ignore tons of like very important details that drastically change the outcome of what it is that they're talking about. Like the conclusions that they're coming to should be totally different, but they'll just ignore so many details that yeah, they'll. And then especially when it comes to like arguing or debating, like they're all just pure trash. Pure trash. Let's see.
Hold on. Colorado legalized abortion up to 9 months with no medical reason required. Do you agree with that?
I agree with that decision, yes.
There's a child inside of her. Hold on. What about meth?
Like, should she be allowed to do meth?
Yeah.
I think if someone is doing meth while they're pregnant, that it is completely acceptable for something like, I don't know what the name of the service is in the United States.
Child services? I guess DCFS would be... Oh, it's her body, though.
Yeah, it's her body.
If she wants to do meth, what's the big deal?
The big deal is that she's intentionally trying to kill a child.
Whoa! I couldn't get a word to come out of my mouth there for a second. That was... I don't think anybody's ever told him what an abortion is.
Hold on there a minute.
Yeah, I see where we're going.
Hold on. Colorado...
Hold on there a minute. Hang on there, buddy. Wait a second. Yep, I got you. Yep, I know what I just did. Yeah. It's so bad, dude. And it was the same with I can never remember her name. I always want to call her Anna, but it's not Anna. She's got a weird last name that everybody mispronounces. She's also on the Majority Report all the time. Emma Vigeland. Yes, Emma Vigeland. Same thing. When she debated Tim Pool, again, just got completely fucking wrecked by Tim Pool. Like, this is somebody that is not, like, he's not easy to get wrecked by. Like, this is somebody that people like Prime Kai's really fucking stuck it to Tim Pool. Like, Prime Kai's really, like shoved Tim Pool around and was even, like, off on a good bit of shit and still was just putting in work on Tim Pool. Same with the Wick. Like, there's tons of people who are not like super skilled debaters. These aren't people that are way up there, but they easily just can manhandle Tim Pool. But we're talking about these folks, dude. Emma Vigeland wrecked Tim Pool. I don't think we saw this. I don't think you did. I don't think you saw the debate. I don't think you saw the debate. I don't think you watched it. Again, this is the point, is that if you actually know about the topics, you have just like a ton of details on this, and like you studied it, like, this is normally the problem with people like Tim Pool, is that like he can convince his audience of things because he leaves out like really important details on the things that he's talking about and is able to kind of convince them of things, right? Like recently when we have the Alex Preddy situation, he'll talk to his audience about the fact that like, oh yes, and we all now know that Alex Preddy's gun went off as the officer was running away with it, because it's known to go off, and he'll show you like all of these studies and videos and stuff showing you that the gun does go off. It misfires all the time. And so he's like, yeah, we now know that Alex Preddy's gun just popped, and that's why they started shooting, is they thought that Alex Preddy was shooting. The problem is that the gun never went off. It never ever went off, and you can watch other angles to see that the officer who fires the first shot that they think is Alex Preddy's gun going off, he's already shooting before the point that they think the gun goes off. And so it just doesn't make sense. Like, it literally makes absolutely no sense. But if you're able to like limit the scope of information, limit the amount of information that the viewers see, then yes, it's going to be very convincing. It's obvious. Yeah, of course, we all know this now. And so this is what Emma does. This is what Matt does. This is what the Surfs do. This is what Hassan does. This is what, like, all of these same people, they all do the same thing, where they'll limit the amount of information that they're putting out to then push this narrative that is missing, like, the most important context. Hey, Kyle Kalinske, all of these same people, they will just miss the biggest parts of the information. Like the other day when we were watching Hassan talk to Adam Mockler, right? Adam asked, like, why Hassan had such a big issue with Kamala, and he's like, oh, her campaign was just incompetent. Oh yeah, okay, I agree with that. I agree, her campaign did a really poor job. But then the reasoning that he gave was, right off the bat, first thing they do is they put millions of dollars into campaign ads for Pennsylvania. They spent millions and millions of dollars on Pennsylvania, and then in the end, they did not have a single change. From a month later till the end of the campaign, they didn't have any change in the polling in Pennsylvania. Well, no, actually, within a month, they had 4 fucking change in points. She went up 4 points, and by the end, she had hit 6 points higher. So that is total bullshit that they didn't get anything done with it. It was a total waste of money. That's total bullshit. They skyrocketed from their campaign efforts in Pennsylvania. But he just lies. He just lies and says that she didn't even go up a point. She didn't go up a single point from all her efforts. No, you're just wrong. You are objectively wrong. Tom, no offense, but you're sounding like Dark Side Phil. Tone it down with the main character. I don't know who that is, but I'm sorry. I feel as though I could literally just click on any part of any of these debates. Which one you want? Emma, Matt Bender, the Serfs. We could click on probably any part of any of their debates, and we will probably end up on them just talking out their asses.
You believe that Black and Hispanic people inherently are committing
When did I say
more
inherently?
crimes.
This is a problem we talk about a lot on this show, is lefties love to throw out the word inherently. They love to just, like, nudge it in there out of nowhere. It's totally off base, totally irrelevant, but they love to just throw that word in there, inherently.
Representation inherently, criminally, in those kinds of populations, and it's
inherently. You just said inherently again. What the hell?
And they assess it in ways, the reason we put this law into place, which is now being rolled back, that were deemed inherently racist. They
Again, I have no idea why she just threw the word inherently in there.
With, and that you're prescribing onto society, it creates an inherently unjust society.
So let me an inherently unjust society. Just you can see my chat saying, like, she doesn't even know the study that she's talking about, the whole time, everything that she went over, like, she was just quoting a bunch of things that she was just objectively wrong on, like, completely inherently wrong on these things. I mean, and we're just fact checking her left and right on everything that came out of her mouth. It was, whereas, like, Tim, he was at least, like, right on the claim. He was just, like, missing everything else. And yeah, I'm just sorry, like, this is not it's not main character syndrome. As I said, I'm not claiming that they don't know what they're talking about. I'm not claiming that they didn't study any of this stuff. I'm not claiming that they're like totally uninformed. I'm claiming that people who are in audiences, normally they're in the audience because they want to listen to somebody else talk about the things and present the information to them because they don't have time to go do it themselves. And I'm saying that from a viewer's perspective, if you're trusting somebody to present that information to you in a truthful way, then yes, it's easy to kind of limit the scope of information that you're giving that person. And then if that person tends to watch a lot of other people who are in that sort of group, if they're watching people like the Surfs, Matt Binder, Emma Vigeland, Hassan, Kyle Kowinski, like if these are the people that they're watching, then yes, they're all going to limit the information in the same way. But when you say like
Aram Sound tipped $10. Tom providing a safe place to shit on people who say Tom is inherently bald is based. Public service and shit. Night 4 of the series.
Nope, not a safe space. Not a safe space. That is incorrect. Factually and inherently incorrect. But yeah, I'm saying, like, when you say main character syndrome, I'm not saying like, oh, I'm so much more informed than all of these people. I'm saying yes, they're probably just as informed as I am, but they, for some reason, I feel like either there's a like intellect issue there where they're just not being they're just not capable of analyzing the information correctly, or they're choosing to, like, it could be like a confirmation bias, it could be, I have no idea, but they regularly just miss on everything. So
Hakeem Jeffries is compromised and he needs to resign.
Exhibit A. One week watching Joe Rogan by Conduit might be good content. Okay. Yeah, I might look into that. I like some of his videos. Yeah, I mean, here we go. All right.
Serious members of the Progressive Caucus have got to quit playing patty cake with this guy. He is a corporate dim through and through, and he is a fascist collaborator. There's no question that Chuck Schumer is as well, but we will not retain our democracy with the Democratic Party taking money from Palantir. We are not going to retain our country with the Democratic Party taking donations from AIPAC. The corporate Dems are controlled opposition. Chuck Schumer is controlled opposition, and it gets worse, you guys. It gets worse. Pop this up. Matthew Eadie recently discovered how AIPAC is hiding its donations using 3 campaigns for, you guessed it, Hakeem Jeffries, aka AIPAC Shakur. I created a graphic to help you understand how the secret campaigns are.
So this isn't new. We're well aware of this. We were told about this a while ago, that like AIPAC had started to feel as though they were getting a bad name, getting bad branding, and even politicians felt like this was bad branding. And so they decided to start using their other entities to pay politicians instead of paying them just through AIPAC, so that whatever pops up on the tax forms will not be AIPAC now, but it'll be something more generic sounding. But not defending this sort of thing, but more so just saying this isn't new
structured, and why you won't be able to see AIPAC and FEC filings, but AIPAC will still be able to track donations through unique IDs and show candidates how much their network has donated to buy pro-Israel votes. And here is the graph. You can see it here, AIPAC. And then we have the democracy engine. 3 of these that are funneled through Hakeem Jeffries. So let's review here. Keep this up. Hakeem Jeffries is Palantir first. Hakeem Jeffries is Israel first. How can Hakeem Jeffries care about immigrant children when he doesn't care about Palestinian children, and he takes money from a genocidal government that's ran by a war criminal, a far-right fascist war criminal, Benjamin Netanyahu, that funded Hamas? And then you see all this money they're filtering in to candidates. And so here's how it works, you guys. AIPAC directs its donors to the pro-Israel network website via email campaigns. And then the pro-Israel network uses Democracy Engine as its payment processor. That's AIPAC Shakur. That's
So the reason that they do this is because the people who are like pushing just tons of like propaganda, saying things like they're paid opposition, right? That they're controlled opposition and shit like that. That's just so fucking stupid. Like, it really is. It's so fucking stupid. When you look at voting records, when you look at the stuff that they're doing, when you look at the stuff that they're saying, there's no way that you can turn around and call them controlled opposition. But again, if you're going to like limit that, she doesn't even attempt to prove that part. She doesn't attempt to like justify that claim at all. She'll instead just move to, look, he gets paid from AIPAC. We already knew he got paid from AIPAC. That's not new information. That's not news. We like the whole time he was getting paid with AIPAC on the tax form. Like we're well aware, and we've known for a while that they changed how they were paying people because of people like her putting this information out. The problem is that when it comes to like aid for the war, I'm fine with limiting aid on the war. I'm fine with cutting off aid for the war. I have no issue with that. The part that I have an issue with is people saying that we shouldn't fund Israel whatsoever. I think that we probably should use aid as like a bit more of like a soft power to force Israel to make specific concessions, but we have to have like Israel is like an essential, it's a necessity in the Middle East. Like it just is. Like it or not, that is a thing that we need, in especially right now. And so that isn't going to go anywhere and can't really go anywhere. But yeah, when it comes to the war, like, yeah, it makes sense. Like, continue giving should the US also cut aid? Well, so that's what I was going to say. Continue giving money for like aid and other things when as far as it pertains to the war, which Jeffries has like declined to vote for Israel funding in the past because there wasn't enough aid in the package for Palestinians, and then did vote for a much larger bill later on that did include the things that he was looking for, but that's still including a lot of money for military. But yeah, military aid is very different than like aid for medical facilities and tents and food and housing and things like that.
Hakeem Jeffries. And then donations are recorded as individual donations from Democracy Engine. In the
all of America's wars are because of Israel. I don't want greater Israel. Israel wants more wars. Their sights are now on Turkey and Qatar. It's never enough for them. I don't know of a single war from the United States. It's because of Israel. I don't think there's one. There's not one. Like one that people bring up a lot is the invasion of Iraq. Israel didn't want us to go to Iraq. They were against us going to Iraq. They wanted us to go to Iran, and were mad that we refused to go to Iran. So people say, "Oh, that's Israel. We only went to Iraq because of Israel." They literally wanted us. They literally told us not to go. They literally didn't want us to go. That what wars are we fighting because of Israel? This just isn't true. This is just not a thing. Did Israel like Iraq? No. Were they also making claims of what was it? I forget the term that they used for, the bombs that were big or whatever. But yes, they used the same terminology and things like that, but that's not evidence that they asked us to go there, or that they wanted us to go there. Epstein files confirmed all of our conflicts have been Israel. Where was that in the Epstein files? I'll pull it up. Where was that?
Back end, each pro-Israel network campaign is recorded with a unique ID. The Democratic Party cannot be for a blank check to Israel, who is run by a war criminal, Benjamin Netanyahu. We cannot be this party. This is a uniparty. Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer are controlled opposition, full stop. They take money from MAGA donors.
JDAM? No, weapons of mass destruction is what I was thinking of. Close though. JDAM on call.
And then they get on camera and lie to the American people. And you might say, Jennifer, quit browbeating Democrats. I can get on here all day long and I can browbeat Republicans, because tomorrow Trump's going to do something more illegal, more unethical. He's going to cover up more child rape stuff from the Epstein files. It's going to happen every single day. And the Republicans are going to allow him to do it. But the Democrats have to be in opposition. And when you find out the Democratic leadership is taking money from Palantir and AIPAC and God knows who else, and then you keep thinking, why aren't they putting up a resistance? Why aren't they opposing him at every turn? Why aren't they saying?
I would love to know, again, Brelly, where the information about all of the wars being caused by Israel is. Honestly, I don't think this exists. I know that people keep claiming this. I haven't seen a shred of evidence backing this up in the least. The things that they pull up are sometimes just emails that, like, Epstein said things similar to this, or random people who would have no idea what the fuck they're talking about would say things similar, but I haven't seen like real evidence that no, Epstein was Mossad. That has not been proven. That has not been proven. I don't know. This is what I'm talking about. You're making claims that we do not have evidence for. We do not have good evidence for this. This is something that is just totally without evidence. There are things that would make you be suspicious of it. There's things that would make you wonder, but we are totally lacking anything to like give us even a leaning in the direction that it's likely, let alone like that we know that he was Mossad. We just don't have this evidence. Again, if you want to give me the evidence, I will happily look at it. But everything that I've seen from people who are claiming They have the evidence. Everything I've seen from the people claiming, here's the proof. They don't show anything remotely close to that.
Saying abolish ICE. Why aren't they saying no more blank check to Israel? No, we're stopping that. Not absolutely not cooperating.
Ghislaine's dad was Mossad, Tom. Do me more research. Yeah. Ghislaine's dad was Mossad, Tom. So obviously that means that Epstein was Mossad. That's evidence that Epstein. Ghislaine's dad was also MI6. So that means Jeffrey Epstein was also MI6. That's, we now know because her dad was, that he was.
Operating with a war criminal, Benjamin Netanyahu.
Occam's razor. Was it? No, it's not Occam's razor again. Like you can't Occam's razor things like this. Okay, with things like this, we say for extraordinary claims, you need extraordinary evidence, and it doesn't just mean like a type of evidence that just, wow, that's extraordinary. It means extraordinary amounts of evidence. You need extraordinary amounts of evidence. Like if we're saying like somebody raped somebody, we can't take like little tiny things like, oh, well, they have a pattern of behavior of slapping women on the butt, so it seems like they don't really care about consent. Occam's razor. That person probably rapes. Like, that's not how that works. You need, but for tons of other things, sure, we might be willing to take that for other things, but for extraordinary claims, you need extraordinary evidence. In this, we don't even have. I wouldn't even say Occam's razor leads me in that direction. Occam's razor would not even send me in that direction. But when we're talking about somebody being a Mossad spy while also being the world's most prolific pedophile, that is still an extraordinary claim. Yet Occam's razor still would not get us there. There's not enough evidence. There's not really any evidence for that.
Yeah, the 2024 election was about a feeling that Donald Trump was going to change course. And the first year of the Trump presidency has not accomplished that, which is why his numbers are in the toilet in every single category. Our market has done well, but compared to other industrialized countries, we actually haven't done as well as they have. I think we're number 21 of 23 countries. I just saw that chart flying around online. And Donald Trump is in Texas today because the GOP is in trouble. He should not have to be going to safe districts and safe states. But it's not because of this John Cornyn, Ken Paxton fight, which is ugly. And Wesley Hunt as well. You should check out John Cornyn's ad about Ken Paxton, about his corruption and all his affairs as a man getting divorced on biblical grounds, which feels very Texas values to me. And no one who's spoken before me.
Yeah, it's a great razor company. Occam's razors, they are top notch.
He has mentioned anything about the reality on the ground for Texans. So the median income in Texas is just below $74,000 a year. It's $81,000 for the nation. They paid $1,200 last year for Trump's tariffs per family. U.S. farms are going bankrupt across the country, $15,000 in the last year. The biggest decline was in Texas. SNAP benefits are going to go away for $1.5 million.
Jessica, why is everybody moving to Texas?
They're not,
and
they're also the people who did go are going back from whence they came. Without the ACA subsidies extension.
I'll just say I'm glad to be in the majority on this sentiment. Well, just so you know, again, seems like very little people know this. Very few people actually know. But this sentiment of like people not wanting us to fund Israel anymore, that just got to the majority. Still, by far the majority of Americans think that Israel should win the war. So by far the majority of Americans still support Israel. But they don't want us to fund the war. That just got to the majority of Americans. People have been claiming for a while that the majority of Americans are all against funding Israel, and the majority of Americans are against Israel. The majority of Americans still support Israel. but we just got to like 54%, I believe, of Americans are against funding Israel. So yeah, it's and I think it just got to like, I think we just got over 65 to 70% of Democrats or left-leaning people are against funding the war. But it's still like 80% of Republicans are in favor of continuing to fund the war.
And 3.7 million Texans will see their premiums double. It's all very funny. And on the energy front, energy prices in Texas have not increased at the level in other states because of renewables, because of clean energy projects. And Donald Trump has cut, I think, 223 of them in the latest slashing from October, 7.5 billion out of there. So he's going to go in and he's going to say, drill, baby, drill. And he's going to hold up the Venezuelan oil, which, by the way, he might just be profiting straight into his own bank account from. When renewable energy is the energy of the future, doesn't mean you can't have a nuclear plant, doesn't mean you shouldn't be drilling, but we know that clean energy is keeping prices down where it is. And
let's see if that's true. That's interesting. States with highest energy cost increases recently include Hawaii, California, Connecticut, and Massachusetts. Over the past 5 years, DC saw a 93.2% increase, followed by Maine 66% and California 62%. Rapidly rising prices in 2025 and 2026 are heavily driven by reliance on imported oil, aging grid infrastructure, and high demand in Northeast and California. Top 5 long-term trends. Let's see. Okay, based on February 2026 EIA data, U.S. electricity prices rose 7.1% nationally over the past year, with the highest spikes in the District of Columbia, 26.3%. Sheesh. I've literally seen some people are paying double for electric bills. I've seen some people say that they're paying double for their electric bills. That is ridiculous, dude. That is bonkers. Pennsylvania 18.9% and Rhode Island 16.3%. Other states experiencing significant rapid increases in electricity costs include Ohio 18.6%, Virginia 17.3%, and Maine 13.7%. Okay. Alright, when did this come out? 2025 U.S. energy generation mix. Okay. The wind. Top 10 renewable energy producing states in 2024. Texas, California, Washington, Iowa, Oklahoma, Oregon, Kansas, Illinois, Colorado, Florida. And are any of them on this list. Were Ohio and Virginia on there? Oh no, Iowa. I always mix up Iowa and Iowa for some reason. Okay. Yeah, she just mentioned Texas.
Renewables. Because of clean energy projects in Texas have not increased. Without the ACA subsidies extension, 3.7 million Texans will see their premiums double. It's all very funny. And on the energy front, energy prices in Texas have not increased at the level in other states because of renewables, because of clean energy projects. And Donald Trump has cut.
Okay, it's hard to tell what she's saying there, but I guess she's saying Texas's costs haven't gone up because of green energy, because they do have a lot of windmill farms. Like, Texas has a ridiculous amount of windmill farms. If you've ever driven through, like, western Texas, holy shit, dude. It is just nothing but miles and miles and miles of nothing but windmill farms. Just it's actually really cool looking. It's very cool when you drive through and you just see windmills as far as the eye can see, but
civility is completely out the window.
Yesterday.
The problem.
Okay. It's funny. So, Not So Erudite posted this, but then so did Yeet, saying that she was terminally online for this. Yeet is like an all-around like news drama channel on or feed on Twitter, where they just post tons of clips of everybody, especially Hassan and folks like that, just showing funny clips of them. But yeah, Yeet posted this saying Not So Erudite had a chance to ask Gavin Newsom anything she wanted, and she decided to ask him about clavicular because she's terminally online or something.
Oh, yeah. Hi. Hey there. Nice to see you again. My community is wondering if you could sign it as Mogger in Chief.
Mogger?
In Chief.
Is it 2 G's?
I think so. Do you know what that is? Did you see the clavicular clip of you? Him saying that you mogged JD Vance?
Oh,
This next election cycle, who's going to win? It's going to be Gavin Newsom against JD Vance.
Bro, I thought this was a meme. I thought this was a joke. I didn't know that this actually happened. I saw a bunch of clips of this, and I thought it was fake. I really did. I thought this was completely fake.
Yeah, but I mean, like this next election cycle, who's going to win? It's going to be Gavin Newsom against JD Vance because JD Vance is subhuman and Gavin Newsom mugs.
JD Vance is subhuman?
Yeah.
What makes you say that?
He's got a very short total facial width to height ratio. He's obese, very recessed side profile, whereas Newsom is like 6'3" Chad. Yeah, but I mean, like this next election cycle.
He goes on for a while. He goes on for a while about like how fucking how much Gavin Newsom mogs JD Vance.
I mean, like this next election cycle, who's obese.
JD's very tall.
Very recessed side profile, whereas Newsom is like 6'3" Chad.
So JD's very tall. JD's got to be
well, still,
6'2",
I mean,
6'3".
Gavin Newsom obviously mogs him to death.
So you're a Newsom head. You prefer Newsom to the vice president.
I'm just telling you who's going to win.
Do you prefer him, though?
I mean, like this next election cycle, who's going to...
I forget what he says, but when he says, like, do you prefer him, though, he says something like, yeah, I'm not going to vote for a loser or something like that. This guy is a fucking cartoon character, bro. He really is. He is a cartoon character.
Who's going to win? It's going to be Gavin Newsom against JD Vance because JD Vance is subhuman and Gavin Newsom up.
You mog JD Vance.
That's not even wrong. That's funny. Okay. How do you spell it?
You just asked them to get him an iPad, so it sounds like he wants to watch the clip. He wants to see it.
KYLA.
Every day can be a better day despite the challenge. All you gotta do is leave it better than you found it.
Yeah, he does. He writes, Kyla, all my best, and I don't know what that says. Here you go. Mogger in chief. Bro's handwriting is wild. Yeah, I can't read any of that. But Gavin Newsom can't read. Gavin Newsom can't read, so not surprising that he also can't write. Hope you enjoy. Okay. That would make sense. Very stylish, but he did just admit to dyslexia. Did he say dyslexia? I didn't hear him say dyslexia. I only saw the clips where he just says that he can't read and then he got a low SAT score, and then all the MAGA and leftists all ran around saying that he said this to a group of black people and that he pulled a Biden by, like, when Biden said, you know, poor kids are just as smart and just as bright as white kids. But it's a complete lie. Complete lie. Room full of white people. Those clips are an intro to him telling a story about dyslexia. Ah, okay. Interesting. Did you guys see also there's the clip of, so this has been driving me a little crazy, dude. You guys saw the clips of Trump calling in, like a Trump-esque voice calling into a radio show, and it's not even a radio show, but he calls into a show. There are tons of lefties who are actually running around pretending this is actually Trump. This is actually, I watched a video from Mercedes the other day, like saying, like, dude, this is Trump and he's using the same name that he always used in the past. Here's proof of it and blah, blah, blah. And like, dude, y'all gotta be fucking kidding me. Please stop. And I put out a video on TikTok just like, guys, we're joking with this, right? Like, it's a troll. We're just trolling, pretending that we think that that's Trump, right? Like, right? We're not serious. We don't actually. It doesn't even sound like him. It's like it sounds like him. It's a good impersonation, but it's obviously an impersonation. It's so obviously an impersonation. And people acting like it's actually him. It's actually him, and he really did it. He really called in. I can't, dude. I cannot with these people.
Breaking news, an exclusive new report from the Washington Post about an alleged plot to give Trump, quote, extraordinary executive power over elections. So according to the Post report, they write, pro-Trump activists who say they are in coordination with the White House are circulating a 17-page draft executive order that claims China interfered in the 2020 election as a basis to declare a national emergency that would unlock extraordinary presidential power over voting.
So the last time they did this, they tried claiming that that China sent a bunch of fake IDs over to the United States so that immigrants could vote. That was the last time they claimed this. They tried running around saying, dude, China, you can tell this is where the voter fraud happened because they sent China sent tons of fake IDs over to the United States. But and this is like a big claim from JD Vance, like, yes, we found proof that they were trying to steal the election, and this is how we know. There's, you know, JD Vance, the China sent all of these fake IDs over, and it's obviously for immigrants to use, but there was no evidence that immigrants ever used those IDs. Instead, actually, we have full like FBI reports claiming that they wait, what just happened? What the fuck? How did it end up back over there? We have full FBI reports like actually claiming that they were for high school college kids and high school kids to go buy beer. This is I went and found the archived post from the U.S. Customs and Border Protection, and they showed like the fake ID, over 19,000 fraudulent IDs seized by CBP officers in Chicago. Since the beginning of the year, June 30th, CBP officers at the IMF have seized 1,513 shipments with fraudulent documents, a total of 19,888 counterfeit U.S. driver's licenses. The majority of these shipments were arriving from China and Hong Kong, with other seized shipments arriving from Great Britain and South Korea. The driver's licenses were various people in different states, with vast majority destined for neighboring states. Most were for college-aged students, and other licenses would share the same picture but have different biographical data. Another concern was that the barcode attached to the Michigan licenses worked. Yes, this is for college kids. This is for kids to just be able to go buy beer and get into clubs and shit like that. It's literally in the fucking report, but now they're turning around trying to claim that these are for immigrants to vote. But yeah, here's the archived statement from U.S. Customs and Border Protection telling us what they're for.
One of the lawyers advocating for the draft executive order is Peter Tickton, and he tells the Washington Post that the proposed emergency declaration would give Trump the power to ban mail ballots and voting machines. Tickton argues that we have a situation where the president is aware that there are foreign interests that are interfering in our election processes. That causes a national emergency where the president has to be the one to deal with it. Out front now, Ryan Goodman, former special counsel at the Defense Department. Ryan, just to be clear here, I just am pointing something out that if it didn't stand out to anyone as I said it, because it was fast, they're not mentioning Russia interfering in the election because they're not going to do that, obviously. They're putting it on China. I'm not saying that China would or wouldn't do it, but I just am making the point here that...
Well, yeah, we do know that the majority of interference of this sort are things where it's stuff like, Iran, Russia, China. These are the three countries that are constantly trying to interfere with elections, trying to, hack our government systems and steal data and things like that. Immigrants should not be allowed to vote in our elections or drive on our roads. Whoa, what? That immigrants in every country can drive on everybody's roads, bro. So every country, pretty much everywhere, immigrants are allowed to drive. I don't know. Obviously, immigrants aren't allowed to vote unless they become citizens. Like they can vote then, but or even in some local elections, some local municipalities allow immigrants to vote. But
that bipartisan Congress acknowledged that Russia did interfere.
But they can't vote in federal elections.
And they're not mentioning that. So you call this, so that the premise, right, is off to begin with. Election interference on steroids. Can Trump do this?
He can't legally do it. So I don't think this survives first contact with the courts. If he passes this kind of executive order, I imagine within hours there will be people who have already developed their litigation strategy to counter it because it's being broadcast by him and his team, or at least by this group with the Washington Post. And they will make arguments like, this is not a place that there's presidential power. This is something that's run by the state and local election officials.
Well, we're a federalist country, right? So
Absolutely.
It should be run by the states.
That's right. And we've tested this already once. So he passed an executive order in the middle of last year. And in fact, that order was then contested in court and so far has lost. He is now appealing it, but it's losing on the same idea that there's no presidential control over state and local elections.
Right. And obviously, if just to state an obvious thing, right? If states are doing it their own way, as long as you're auditing and checking as they do, as Georgia did, for example, right, when they need to with any margin, having it not be nationalized makes it more difficult to hack or interfere. But yes. A couple of points here, though. He's saying proof of citizenship. Part of this would include everyone in this country having to re-register before the midterms. So if you're registered to vote now, it doesn't count unless you go do it again. That's on this possibility?
Yeah, I mean, it's madcap in a certain sense of how extraordinary the idea is, and that's why it's on steroids in a certain sense.
Yeah.
And I think people that are involved in this machination might need to worry about their own criminal exposure, just to put it out there. There is a criminal statute that says that people should not engage in a conspiracy to deprive people of their rights. That's 18 U.S.C. 241. And it specifically says a conspiracy with respect to the right to exercise one's vote. That's what it's about. That's what was one of the charges that Jack Smith filed against the election interference in the last election, but this would be even more than that.
Well, it's also extraordinary in the sense that just the facts of the matter are that voting machines are more accurate than hand counts. But it isn't the case, if you wanted a backup, to say that there's voting machines that don't have backup, right? For example, in Georgia, they audited, they did a hand audit, because guess what? They have machines and they have paper. So they're almost putting something out there that getting rid of machines would make it less accurate. And the implication that we're only going to do, you got to have hand counts, implies that that those ballots don't exist. They do exist. There is a paper trail.
Yes, and
yeah, when you put it in the machine, they act like it goes through a shredder and just disappears. This is so ridiculous. You put it in a machine, it counts it, and then it keeps it in the machine. Somebody collects it, puts it into a box later so that they can archive this, and then if they do, if there are any questions, they're able to do a hand count. But yeah, the Republicans all the machine counting is worse because they don't have paper. They do have the fucking paper.
Georgia was thoroughly.
It's just the same with them with like people should have to have an ID to vote. Like everybody, literally everybody has to have an ID to vote. Everybody, every fucking state, everywhere, they have to have an ID to register to vote. Everywhere. Like there's nowhere where you can register to vote without an ID. But then Republicans are like, well, then show it again when you show up to vote. Why though? That's the whole point of showing it when you register. It's fine if you want to do it. I don't have a problem with it. It's not a big problem, but just the whole fucking thing is that they just don't know what's actually going on with elections. They're just missing essential information there that brings them to different conclusions.
Really audited multiple times, as you're saying, including a full-blown hand recount. So to understand that means that there's no way the machines were failing if the hand recount verified what the machines had done. And even in this attempt to get at the voting machines in Fulton County, there's no allegation in that from the U.S. government that there was foreign election interference. So this is really coming out of thin air. President Trump's own top of cybersecurity after the election in 2020 had said that, he said that this is the safest election ever. And he's referring to things like foreign government interference or attempts to interfere or anything like it.
Which brings me full circle to the fact that the government that they're mentioning to give them the national emergency is China, because they just didn't want to mention Russia.
North Korea included. North Korea is definitely, if we want to make it top 4 instead of top 3, North Korea is definitely there then. All right. All right, a bunch of people
If reason
asked me to watch this. This is apparently a shorter clip of it, but it's still an hour and a half. I don't know that I'm going to make it much longer. I'm very tired and didn't even know if I was going to make it this long. So we'll watch some of this and see how it goes from here.
If reason reduces down to cannot be justified, then why do I care if when we get to your pillar, you just say, because I assumed it?
I'd say, it's obvious that you care, man. Look in your soul. God put it there. You do care. You do care.
Gotcha.
That's why we're all here. That's why we're talking about what's right or wrong, is every human has this universal predilection to seek right and wrongness. And in fact, even when moral anti-realists insist that there's no such thing as truly right or wrong, and they insist on these things, the moment that you put them in a pragmatic situation where they have to act as though that's true, they don't. They act as though moral facts exist. And that would be my evidence of saying, see, moral facts do exist. I'm more right than you are. I'm more reasonable than you are. My argument is more compelling than yours.
So it just comes down to what most people would do.
No.
Well, if it's a moral fact and you say most people would just do this thing, and so it seems like an emergent property,
well, I think that God put, like, do you think that God put his spirit in us?
Well, it's your view.
I'm asking, do you agree?
Why does it have to do with me?
Because I'm assuming that we both agreed to this?
I'm saying there's no moral facts at all. There can't be. Because any pillar I have to base them on is completely unjustified.
So you don't think God exists?
No, if I assume that God exists, right? And this is and then I assume that assumptions cannot be justified.
Well, one of your prompts, Christian ethics is superior. How is it superior?
It's so weird. Like, it's so weird. Why is he acting like he doesn't believe in God? Like, it's so strange, dude. I don't get it. I don't fucking get it. Why is he just like acting like he doesn't believe in God? And why is it that whenever somebody asks a question, he like finds some way to avoid answering it? Just answer the question, dude. It's not that hard. Just answer it.
Superior.
Oh, well, I just think it's better because it's better.
How though?
Yeah, because it's better.
Can you make an argument for it?
Sure, because it's better.
In what ways?
The ways in which it's better.
What do you mean by better?
The same thing you meant by better.
No, not necessarily. Can
Whatever
you
that is.
What do you mean by better?
I don't know. I think outcomes for people, they like it better.
Okay, well then why did Christians like power get shirked off by the people?
It didn't. What do you mean?
Well, most
right now there's a bunch of people who are proposing that Christians retake power. What are you talking about?
Yeah, and there's not a lot of political will, thank goodness, behind.
Well, okay. I hope she doesn't let this go, but even when he says retake power, so that means that they're not in power. They're suggesting that they retake power, which would mean that they don't currently have power. That's what you're saying.
Right,
but if there was, why? I still haven't actually heard an objection for it.
Yeah, I would say that people did want to shirk it because of Western liberal democracy.
But Western liberal democracy allows the conditionals for Christians to do it.
Yeah, then Christians still.
So then I still don't. I've never.
It would be more ethical for a Christian to not do it.
I guess back.
Wait. Kind of not our democracy, because we have the Constitution that does not allow them to do it. Our Constitution does not give them the ability to do it unless they change the Constitution.
Back to the heart of it, now that we're tying it all back in, what is the objection to Christians utilizing the framework of the Constitution to take over and amend the Constitution?
It's unchristian. I've already said this.
Oh, why is it unchristian?
Because I think that the faith itself, Jesus was not political. I think there is a typological argument for over time we see a complete reduction of statehood and priesthood, and it separates entirely to the point that in the typology of Jesus, we see him reject.
Kyla looks freaking great here, dude. I don't know if it's just me, but she is a full-on babe over here. But yeah, I've when I was a Christian, I talked about this regularly and had debates with Andrew and other people on the Crucible, talking about the fact that like Christianity does say that like, yeah, you ought not have a country run by Christianity. Christianity is not a religion that ought not be running governments, because one of the things that they want to do when they're talking about having Christianity do this is they're talking about having like, you know, people act more Christianly. They want to ban pornography. They would want to ban things that they consider to be pornographic, or you know, just they would start to try to ban things that are sinful or sins. And it's the Bible is pretty clear that like when Jesus says, give unto Caesar what is Caesar's, they're asking, is it like, should we pay taxes? Should we pay taxes to these Romans? These Romans are coming around, they're telling us to pay taxes. Should we pay taxes to the Romans? And Jesus says, give unto Caesar what is Caesar's. He's saying that's their thing. Like they run the government, they need money to pay for the government. So you need to give them what is theirs, what you owe them, but no more, no less. That's kind of the idea, is that's their thing. Our thing is church, and our thing is religion. Our thing is Christianity. What will be Christianity? But then on top of that, it talks about the fact that, like, you know, a big core principle of Christianity is free will, and the fact that you have to choose to get saved. You have to choose to be a Christian. You have to choose to accept Jesus into your heart and accept him as your Lord and Savior. Like, these are things. It's all free will. It's all choice. And if instead you're telling people, no, you gotta be forced to do these things, you gotta be forced to act like a Christian, you gotta be forced to live by these rules. Well, again, the Bible is pretty clear that like you shouldn't be acting like a Christian if you're not a Christian. It's when it talks about like lukewarm Christians, it's talking about the distinction between how Christians act and how non-Christians act, and you ought not be somebody who presents as a Christian but is not really like believing and living the Christian life. And it's just this is something that is like, it's like they're trying to create a whole society of lukewarm Christians.
Rejecting being a king, rejecting state.
What sector? I was Southern Baptist. Earlier on, we were fundamentalist Baptists, which was much more strict. Like, we weren't allowed to watch movies or TV shows, cartoons, weren't allowed to dance, weren't allowed to listen to, like, you know, music and crap like that. Grew up on old records and stuff like that. So yeah, it was very different in the fundamentalist aspect. But then moving to Georgia and becoming part of the Southern Baptist Church was also different. The church that I went to as well, our pastor was the head of the Southern Baptist Convention, and so he was like the top dog, one of the most famous pastors in the world. Tom had to get his linguist degree from Hooked on Phonics. Yeah.
Statesmanship and refusing to make a physical kingdom on earth. And we have it through multiple verses, which we can get to if you want.
Okay, well, let's get to them.
Okay, so John 18 is a good example. My kingdom is not of this world. If it was, my servants would be fighting. And this is when he's talking to Pontius Pilate.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that's a good example of him saying, I'm not a politician. I'm not a king. And if I was, there'd be civil war. But I'm not this thing. So Jesus says, I am not a political figure.
Is Jesus God?
Yeah.
Okay, so when God anointed,
just assume that?
When God anointed kings, was he doing something wrong?
No.
I'm super confused. Why would Jesus anoint kings?
Jesus didn't.
Kings can be religious, kings can be Christians, kings can like we could have a president who's like Joe Biden, who is a godly man and who is very Christianly and, you know, lives up to the Christian code and seems to be acting on out God's will. And like obviously that would be a scenario where it would make sense to anoint Joe Biden, but it doesn't mean that Joe Biden is now like one with the church and running the country in that way.
Jesus is God.
So why did he? Because I don't think humans were ready for a secular state, a state where Christianity is separated from church and state. I think it took us a long time to get there.
So God was anointing kings and putting them in charge of entire kingdoms based on the fact that he thought that humans weren't ready to not have kings.
Yeah, for the same reason that like before we get to like certain parts of the Old Testament.
Yes, I was just about to say, bro, that like morality throughout the Bible continues to evolve and like change and become more and more what it is that we would expect from morality today. That like throughout the Bible, where you have at points where you're not allowed to wear two different types of cloth on the same garment, or you have to do sacrifices regularly, or you know, there's all sorts of different rules that existed in the Old Testament that don't exist in the New Testament, and we would see this as like an evolution of morality for religious people. That if you're going to believe in young earth creationism and that humans are just created at, you know, not too long ago, well, yeah, there has to be some like training on how to build that morality over time. And so that would obviously be the theory, is that this is how it worked.
Men could have many, many wives, and then over time that got reduced because God's like, look, you were blind then, now you know better, now you can't do this thing, right? We've seen this. So why was it permissible for people to have multiple wives for some time, and then at some point in the Old Testament that got barred? Do you know why?
How come post Jesus we still had kings in Christian lands? If God had changed his mind about, you know, having kings, why did he continue to allow there to be kings?
Because humans can sin.
Yeah, that's a wild question. Why did he allow there to be kings? Like, what does that even mean? Why, if Jesus wants us to be a Christian nationalist nation, why does he allow us to continue being a secular nation? Like, what the fuck? You're kind of defeating your own argument at that point.
So it's sinful to have a king?
I would say it's heretical to engage in politics, yeah, as a Christian.
As a Christian?
Well...
Do you engage in politics
hold on.
as a Christian?
Let me correct that statement. Not engage in politics, specifically to rule from a Christian ethics, to say, I am God or inspired by God, and therefore my rules come from God, and you must listen to my Christian rules. I think that that's wrong for Christians to do.
So when someone's a politician who's a Christian, they shouldn't make any legislation based on their actual moral purview of Christendom?
They can do it on their moral purview, but they shouldn't do things that blend, that like merge church and state together. So saying...
Well, hang on. Now you've just made a different statement. You just before said that it's sinful to rule from Christian ethics.
Yeah, I don't think it was a good idea to say sinful, but to say that this wasn't just because they existed didn't mean that it was God's will.
Yeah, in specific ways, yeah.
So why would it be sinful it'd be sinful for a politician to utilize Christian ethics to promote legislation?
No, I said in specific ways. So one specific way would be, for example, forcing non-Christians to observe the Sabbath or Lent, forcing non-Christians to do that from like a state level. I think that would be wrong for Christians.
Yeah, but that has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, but okay.
Yeah, something that's interesting that I didn't know, Kyla was actually the person who showed this to me, is that I had always like kind of grown up believing that there was just like objective morality. That is morality. That's all there is. And that is, you know, obviously our morality as Christians, or what God says is or is not moral. But then when I talked to Kyla about this, I realized that there really isn't anything in the Bible that says that other people who are not religious should abide by our morality. That doesn't exist anywhere in the Bible. And not only does it not exist, but there's pretty specific statements in the Bible that make it clear that you should you can't hold other people who are not part of your religion to your religious standards. That it talks about like holding your brother accountable, your brother in Christ, or your somebody who is part of your religion. Like those are the people that you hold accountable to your morals. But it doesn't talk about holding other people to your standards or to God's standards, because they're not with us. And so it pretty specifically at part says like they're not us, like ignore them, let them do their thing, we'll do our thing.
Okay, so there are forms of Christian ethics which you can impose on people.
Well, you shouldn't impose it because it's specifically Christian ethics, but you might agree.
Why
not? Because again, you shouldn't impose Christian ethics on non-Christians.
Why not?
Jesus doesn't do it.
Yeah. Wait a second, I'm confused. You're saying that the apostles, that when they were like, let's take Paul for instance.
Sure.
Okay, when Timothy,
yeah, again, I wouldn't make the argument Jesus doesn't do it either. Like Jesus doesn't eat buffalo wings. Like it doesn't mean that it's wrong to do it. To say he didn't do it, therefore it's bad to do it. One does not necessitate the other.
You obviously you've read Timothy, right?
Mm-hmm.
Are you familiar with what happened with Timothy in the Cult of Artemis?
Is this like pop quiz style debating, or is this okay?
No, I'm actually asking.
Okay.
Are you familiar with what happened with the Cult of Artemis?
Nope, I'm not.
No. Okay, so
Do you want to tell me though?
I'm going to tell. Yeah, I'll tell you. The Cult of Artemis.
By the way, that's how you react to these types of questions. Is normally admitting when you don't know things.
So anyway,
just as a heads up.
Okay. Anyway, the Cult of Artemis was a fertility cult. And it was essentially really pissed off that Christianity was taking off. Mm-hmm. And it was because they had a silver trade. And that silver trade, they were making basically mock statues of their religious figures.
Okay.
And
Mog
so they were doing
statues?
everything that they
They
could
were
do
mogging?
to undermine Christianity. And a lot of them, because it was a fertility cult, had priestesses. And they were trying to subvert Christianity, which is where you get Second Timothy saying that I don't like it when women speak in church, right? The whole idea there was that a lot of these women were fertility cultists, and Timothy was asking for help. But at that time, Timothy had a massive flock and was definitely, because they were diametrically opposed to the government as persecuting Christians, was definitely ruling the Christians. Definitely ruling them.
Are you saying, so they rejected Roman occupation, they were shirking it, and they were only imposing Christian law, or were they telling Christians how to act? Because telling Christians is totally fine. A church, like the Pope, telling fellow Christians how they should conduct themselves is exactly what the church should be doing. But the church should not be going, hey, secular people, you have to do this same stuff too. That's not what the Pope should be doing.
Yeah, so when there's a policy like women cannot speak in this church, they can't do that, okay? Is that a command?
From what?
Is that a command from a bishop or a priest or something like this?
It might be.
How are you not ruling?
Because it's not, your church isn't a state. Like you can just leave that church, right? You can say, I'm not of the faith anymore. I reject this. Whereas if the Roman occupation says you must pay your taxes, what happens if you don't pay your taxes?
What happens if the Roman emperor converts to Christianity?
Then he began to impose Christian ethics through.
See, that is such a massive fucking pivot, dude. That is such a massive pivot from his point about like the church making decisions for people. You're not bound to the church. You don't have to listen to the church. If you want to leave, you can leave, and there's nothing they can do about it.
Through fiat, which I think was wrong.
Yeah, but what would make it wrong?
I think that like the whole principle of the faith is regeneration. And I don't think that regeneration and legitimate salvation occurs when fiat imposes Christian ethics on you, which is why I actually think that blending church and state is so bad for the faith, because I think what it does is that A, when you force it upon people, it makes people hate faith, and B, nobody gets to actually personally know and understand God by and large because they're being forced to it. This is actually what makes Christians very different than like Muslims. Muslims believe, for example, that you can act according to the faith and you can be saved. Christians would say you can do every single thing you're told to act like a Christian, but if your heart isn't regenerated, if you don't believe in God and have a personal relationship, you are not saved.
So let me just talk briefly.
Sure.
I just want to make sure that because I'm not strawmanning your position, I want to make sure I got it right.
Appreciate that.
Christians are in power. They should not directly appeal to Christian ethics for the...
So it's every time he ever says this, and I've pointed this out 1,000 times in the past, it's every single time we listen to a conversation between Andrew and somebody else, it always starts off, like he'll always start off a sentence with like, okay, right, so, gotcha, so, what you're saying is, and then it is just the most straw-man-y thing of like shit that they never said, but he's taking things that they've said and applying it to something different than what they're talking about. And so it's, you know, it's like if I say, yeah, I get naked every time I get in the shower, and I gotta make sure that I take all my clothes off, and he's like, oh, okay, so why do you take your clothes off though? And I'm like, well, because I'm getting wet. I don't want to get my clothes wet, and I want to make sure that I'm like getting clean, and so I gotta, use shampoo and soap and everything. Don't want to get that all over my clothes either, so I'm gonna take it all off. So, oh, okay. So let me get this straight. I don't want to strawman you, so I just so what you're saying is every time you go to the pool, you take your clothes off because you don't want to get naked, or you don't want to get your clothes wet. So you go to the pool, you go to the beach butt naked. And you probably, anytime you go to eat, you go to a diner, you go to a restaurant, you also get naked there, because just like with shampoo and soap, you don't want to get it on your clothes. So you have to just take your clothes off every time, right? Like this is the thing that he'll do, is just take whatever you said and then apply it to something totally different that you're not talking about.
Make sure that because I'm not strawmanning your position, I want to make sure I got it right.
Appreciate that.
Christians are in power. They should not directly appeal to Christian ethics for the things in which they prescribe in policy.
Didn't say that. They can appeal to Christian ethics. What they can't do is impose specific Christian ethics onto non-Christians.
Oh.
Yeah, he asked this earlier, and she answered this question earlier.
Okay, so they can't, if they had a law, for instance, like, I don't know, no prostitution.
Mm-hmm.
And that's purely informed from their Christian ethics,
well,
not from empirical data or anything like that. They should not actually impose that in law.
They can impose it if they think it would actually be good for the betterment of people, but I don't think that they should impose it if like there's a large consensus of the population that vehemently opposes that and would not elect for it.
Okay, but let's just assume it's not a democracy.
I am assuming it's a democracy.
Yeah, but let's assume it's not.
Okay, in an authoritarian regime, are Christians acting ill?
Yeah, the problem is once you're talking about like somebody being an authoritarian dictator, you're already the type of government that exists is already unethical. So, like, to say they ought not, the dictator said, you're saying that the dictator ought not force everybody to do X, Y, and Z. Well, I don't think the dictator should force anybody to do anything ever, because I don't think the dictator should exist. So this is kind of an odd hypothetical to use.
If a Christian says...
Yeah, I think that would be bad.
Yeah, okay, so a Christian says there's no prostitution allowed.
Yeah, I think theocracies are bad.
Yeah, okay, but anyway, so if he says...
This is answering your question.
He says no prostitution's allowed, right? Let's say you agree with everything else that he says, right? What would make you specifically disagree with him appealing to Christian ethics for the imposition of no prostitution?
Well, as a Christian, I probably wouldn't disagree with him, right? Because we share the same Christian ethics. The issue is that there may be a non-Christian in that state that does disagree and is now being forced to do it only and exclusively because of Christian ethics. Now, if the Christian found like statescraft argumentation for why we shouldn't have prostitution, like for example, it leads to high levels of STIs and the abuse of women, then that might be something that could be, in my case, collectivized and worked towards to oust. But again, I don't really believe in authoritarian governments. I think that they're very bad. just generally. Yeah.
So, do you agree that fathers and mothers have rule of the household?
Yes.
Yeah. Would you advise then that a father who had no empirical data to tell his daughter not to be a prostitute, but only relied specifically on Christian ethics to say that to her, and then impose that as a rule, is doing something wrong?
What's the difference between a father and a state?
Yeah, I'm gonna.
There's drastic. This is what somebody earlier where I banned somebody, and I'm like, yeah, like if I don't want you here, you're not here. And they're like, oh, so you're a dictator is what you're saying? This is a dictatorship? I'm like, yes, because my fucking business is private business, and therefore I can do whatever the fuck I want with it, unlike the government where it's literally called public. It is the public sector. It is our government, not private, and therefore they cannot just do whatever the fuck they want. It's drastically different things.
No, I'm asking you. That's my response.
Oh my God! And your response is a question.
My response is this is disanalogous. What's disanalogous between these two things?
Well, because I asked you about politicians, you said no.
Sure, I'll say fathers aren't statesmen.
So that's okay for them to do it?
Potentially, yeah, within their household, yeah. As long as it's not abusive. Yeah, as long as they're not being abusive.
Why is it wrong for them to do it at the state level?
Because at the state level, that's not what the church is for. Statescraftman is for politicians, and church things.
The state is also there, or the church is also there to help with moral information.
The Eastern Orthodox agrees with me, right? Symphonia.
Yeah, Symphonia is a blending, actually. It's a blending of church and state.
Okay, so you're saying they don't disagree with me, which would probably explain why, like, the Russian Orthodox Church is such a bastardization of the faith.
The Russian Orthodox Church?
Yeah, I mean, we know, for example, what Kirill is not excommunication, but he's basically just not talking to the church because they allowed Ukrainians to have their own Orthodox church, the ecumenical patriarch, right? And the reason that they did this is because Kirill, who's just an ex-KGB agent, is insisting that the Russian war is a holy war, right? So, yeah, if it's the case that Eastern Orthodox actually is for this and they want to go back to the Byzantine, I'd say, well, it makes sense why Eastern Orthodox is such a weak branch of Christianity.
Okay, but I don't.
And Russian Orthodox is the worst version.
I don't know what this has to do with the view. Exactly.
Okay, Russian Orthodox is a great example of why church and state shouldn't be blended, right? So what happened to the Russian Orthodox Church when the Tsar was there? He was good about respecting the church.
And then communists killed him.
Not just killed them, replaced 50% of the clergy with KGB members.
Yeah, after they killed them.
Yeah, which is awful, right?
And were the communists secularists?
But then the communists used the
communists
Russian Orthodox.
were secularists.
Hold on, he doesn't want to get to the last point. The communists used the Russian Orthodox Church because they actually put in place clergy that are KGB members, and they warped the Russian Orthodox Church. And unfortunately, because the Eastern Orthodox Church is so traumatized by the schism between Catholics and them, they wouldn't even excommunicate the Russian Orthodox Church that had been completely killed off.
Are you saying that there was KGB agents at the time of Tsar Nicholas?
No, I didn't say Tsar. I said in communism.
Yeah, so then the communists killed Tsar.
I would lean towards Andrew Wilson's position if I was using the Bible, but he's not using the Bible. That's the whole point, is that Kyla is saying that she's using the Bible, she's using Orthodox beliefs to come to these conclusions, and Andrew isn't. And she's literally been quoting the Bible the whole way through, talking about the fact that there's nothing in the Bible that ever prescribes using the state in this sort of way, but it does directly refute using the state in this sort of way. So it doesn't make sense.
Tsar Nicholas and then imposed communism after that.
They
were not infiltrating the church with KGB agents at the time of Tsar Nicholas. That was not happening.
Tsar Nicholas wasn't when communism existed.
Yeah, communism definitely existed. Yes, it did. There was all Marxism, and yes, that ideology existed.
No,
I don't know what you're talking about. Yes, it did.
Wait,
that ideology existed. That wasn't what the Tsar was. Holy shit.
Ideology existed, but Stalin, like when we're talking about communism, we're talking about Lenin-Stalinism, right?
Yes.
Okay, so Stalin, I believe it was Stalin that killed 50%.
Well, we're also talking about Marxism.
Well, when I'm talking about Marxism as like a state, I'm talking about this specific state.
Yeah, but we're talking about the ideology of Marxism.
No, I'm talking about the Russian state that...
Yeah,
Why would you be talking about the ideology of Marxism? This is the wildest attempt at pivoting again, dude. This is the fucking craziest attempt at trying to pivot the conversation to something totally irrelevant. What the fuck?
Russian state, which was secular, came from communists, killed Tsar Nicholas.
Killed 50% of the clergy, and then replaced that clergy with their own people because they recognized that the
After they killed them. Secularists killed the Christians, not the other way around.
But then they used the church and implanted their own state members into the church to weaponize. That's a good example of how the state corrupts churches.
The reason that would be the opposite.
Bro, he just keeps repeating that secularists killed Christians for absolutely no reason. That literally has nothing to do with the argument. That has nothing to do with the argument about the legitimacy of the Eastern Orthodox Church. That, like, her argument is that Eastern Orthodox churches are blasphemy, and she keeps trying to explain why, and then he keeps just repeating that secularists killed Christians for some reason, and that they're Marxists. Like, this is so irrelevant.
What happened is that the church was doing what it was supposed to do, and they fucking killed them, and then replaced the people within that structure.
True, and they're still replaced to this day because Kirill was found to be an ex-KGB agent.
First of all,
he was. He absolutely was.
No, the Eastern Orthodox Church has determined that the Russian Church is in communion with them.
In communion, but the issue, so that they're willing to still talk to them. The issue is that the Patriarch Kirill will not talk to them, because what happened is the Patriarch, what is it, Bartholomew the First, I think, right now? Bartholomew and the Ecumenical Council, or whatever.
The Ecumenist Bartholomew?
Yep, they gave autocephaly to the Ukrainian Orthodox Church, which means self-governing, for those who are not like EO words. And this made Kirill so mad because he's so in line with Putin and insisted that the Ukrainian war is a holy war that he stopped talking to all of them. But all the ecumenical, they oppose what Russia is doing insofar as they allowed Ukrainians to self-govern away from the Russian Orthodox because they recognized that there was a problem here.
Yeah, but this
is a good example of why church and state should
I don't understand. Your example of why church and state is bad is because secularists can come in and kill the members of your church and then replace them with people who aren't real Christians.
My argument.
That's your argument.
No. Do you want to steel man my argument? Do you need me to?
Yeah. Here's your steel man argument.
No,
is
you're about to straw man. No, stop. You're a straw man.
How do you know? I haven't even made the argument.
Your tone. I can tell. Okay. Here's the actual argument that I'm making.
Okay.
I'm not saying that the state was bad, that the blending of church and state is bad because the state came and killed. I said what's bad is that they later then used the church as an arm of the state. So they blended church and state. They used Kirill and other people to impose theological law that was just sympathetic.
Like, it feels like she should be like calling him on this and being like, okay, so if you're saying that it's secularists who took over and it's secularists who were running this and secularists who are making all these decisions, then you agree that this is blasphemy. We agree. This is not in line with Orthodox teachings and not in line with the Pope. She should just be like calling him on this and just being like, okay, so you're agreeing with me. Your attempt at pivoting and obfuscating is just an agreement with my overall point.
To communism because the state utilized this. And what happened is when 50% of the clergy got killed and replaced by statists, which were not clergymen, the Eastern Orthodox Church wouldn't even excommunicate that church, despite the fact that their theology changed dramatically, significantly, and has maintained that to such a point that Eastern Orthodox didn't even send people in to correct the theology. Do you think that the church would remain what it is supposed to be? Yes, I'm moving my hands. Very exciting, Andrew. Do you think that the Russian Orthodox Church would be what it is if the KGB hadn't killed 50% of it and removed it? This is why, by the way, the separation of church and state is valuable. It protects the church and it protects the state.
How is the separation of church and state protect us from communism?
Because it doesn't allow communism to utilize the church as a statecraft.
It doesn't need to. It can just take over the state.
Yeah, that would be bad.
Yeah, but it can do that within your liberal framework, no problem.
No, because liberalism is opposed to liberalism.
Yes, it can.
No,
literally,
liberalism is opposed to tyranny.
Okay.
Inherently.
First of all,
particularly of monarchs.
Your
and
liberal
autocrats.
framework has amendments in it, and these amendments can be at any time changed by consensus.
Is my liberal framework the Constitution, or is it a framework of no? It's political philosophy. The Constitution isn't my liberal framework.
Now we're to political philosophy.
Yeah, if we're talking about
So you're
liberalism.
liberal.
Wait, what would we be using if?
And I want to make
Do you
sure
not
that
think
your
political philosophy isn't kind of important when we're talking about liberalism?
Sure, but
a
I thought your
branch of
political
thought?
philosophy was just life, liberty, pursuit of happiness.
No.
Oh.
That was something I pointed to as like a central American ethos.
So what is the liberal foundational philosophy then?
Typically, it's going to be maximizing like freedoms and rights of people. So giving people both rights and what's the other one when it's not rights? It's like privileges. I forget the word. I'm blanking right now. It gives them access to rights. It has strong institutions.
Positive and negative
in more
rights.
modern forms of liberalism, which I like, by the way. It believes in a
Rights
social
and
safety net.
freedoms.
That's liberalism.
That's the best way to say it.
Entitlements.
No, there's like a there's a
Liberties.
political fill word where it's like you have both rights and I don't know why I can't think of this word right now. My brain is like you could probably look it up. Rights and liberties.
Okay. And
liberties are the things that you get that aren't your right.
yeah,
but you
the
have
problem you have here is that your foundation here is democracy, right?
Well, a liberal system, I think, works best with a democracy. I think a liberal democracy is
So
great.
within the confines of a democracy, as long as people vote out the liberal system literally lets them do that, right?
Yeah, I agree, but this is why I think that the founding fathers did a really good job of setting up like girding principles against this, right? I'm not maximal for democracy. I actually like liberalism more than I like democracy,
I
right?
see.
So I want my democracy to stay within the confines of liberal values.
That's nice. So let's make sure.
It is nice.
Yeah.
True. It's made all of this.
Let's
it's made the
make-
best countries on the earth. America, the country you hate, apparently, and don't
hate
think
it.
stands for anything.
Yeah.
You must. You want to go back to a time before America existed. You want to go back to the Byzantine Empire.
When did I say
You've
any
said
of
this
that?
multiple times. I've listened to you
You've
say
just
this.
literally
I've
made
known
all
you
of
for
that up.
3 years. I've known you since the big
So
pub
would
of
you like to
fascist
put
days.
$1,000 on the fact I've never said anything like going back to the Byzantine Empire? I'll
You
bet you
said that the
$1,000.
Byzantine Empire was great.
Never even said that.
Really? You don't like the Byzantine Empire?
Whether I do or don't doesn't mean I ever said that we should go back to it, does it?
Wait, do you believe this is?
Wait.
No,
Does it
I'm
mean
not
that
doing
or
it.
not?
No, I'm not doing a bet with you.
No, of course not.
Yeah,
you know
because
you're
I'm
lying.
having a wait. Well, first of all, I'm poor, so if I lose, I literally can't pay you. So there's no point. But second of all,
500?
I probably literally don't have 500.
250?
I could maybe spend 100, but I'm not interested in making a bet with you.
Well, now I
Well,
understand.
this is the reason why I'm rejecting the bet.
Mhm.
Is because you're doing the thing again where you're trying to catch me on like a couple of keywords when I'm trying to talk about an idea.
Mhm.
And so it's like if I say a few keywords that like you don't like, we can correct them. But I would ask you, do you think the Byzantine Empire was good? Do you like it? Do you think that there's some level of what that empire was that we should try to
I
adopt?
think all
into-
systems have things which are valuable.
Do you think
take
that we
from
should
them.
try to adopt it into the American system?
No, not the Byzantine Empire. No, of course not.
What empire would you like to see?
Well, I don't see. You see how you just loaded that? Why would I
Sorry,
need?
what,
Why would I want to see an empire?
I can unload it.
Yeah.
What statescraft would you like to see?
Yeah. So I'm glad that you asked. Now that we understand, I feel like after letting you talk here for a while, I actually understand a much broader base for your position.
Took 3 hours for you to get there. Congrats.
Well, you don't stop talking.
I made it. Well, I've stopped talking lots, and I've made it
So
pretty
I've-
simple. You just didn't like it.
I've been letting you go and go and go. So now we can get to the. I have. I've been letting you go and go and go. Just
Same.
asked you a few questions.
Ditto.
Right.
I mean, I've tried to internally critique you,
Now,
but you don't really want it.
now,
You keep running away from it.
Christian.
And then being bad faith and being like, oh yeah, I
know.
actually don't think God
okay,
exists.
Anyway,
It's all assumed.
I know. I'm terrible, but
Well, I don't think you're terrible.
so
I think
now we've gotten to Christian.
just so it's clear, I don't
Oh
think
my
Andrew
God.
Wilson's
Can
terrible.
Can I say a word?
Well, I don't want people walking around thinking
Can I
that
say
think that you're terrible.
anything in this debate?
Do you think that I think you're terrible?
No, erudite. Who cares?
You said it.
Oh my God. Can we get back to the debate?
You said it.
Okay. Can we get back to the debate?
Well, do you think that I think you're terrible?
Oh my God. Who cares?
You said it.
Yeah, I do. I think you think Smokey Man bad. Yes.
Okay, I don't.
Okay, great. So anyway, back to the debate. I just want to make sure, because you haven't actually answered this question. If Christian nationalists change the amendments of the Constitution, they change them.
Mm-hmm.
So now Christian nationalists go, First Amendment, that's gone,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Gotcha.
What the fuck?
I'm sorry, man. I'm way too tired to take calls right now. I'm hanging on by a thread just to keep stream going for a little bit longer so I can listen to this. Get a general idea of it.
What is wrong with doing that if it's actually in the confines of the American system to do that?
So as a Christian? I'd say it's unchristian to do.
That's nice. I'm asking about the political philosophy, remember?
So, sure, within the political philosophy, I would say I don't believe in absolute democracy. I believe in democracy that serves liberalism values, because I think liberalism is the best political philosophy we received. So if a nation state would vote in an authoritarian, which has actually happened many times, I think that's bad. And I think the nation state has failed in that case. And I think that we should do our best with democracies to prevent the overtaking of radical
That doesn't actually answer my question.
Sure it does.
Yeah,
liberalism provides girds against that. I'm not for absolute democracy. So in my liberal system, I would say...
So who shouldn't vote?
What?
Who shouldn't vote?
I haven't said anything about who shouldn't vote.
Well, when you say absolute democracy, what does that mean?
Like popular vote. Like I don't want, just because somebody gets the most votes of people, I don't think that should be the leader. Because like cities are more popular than rural
utilizing
areas.
the system, which is liberalism and is the American framework, Christian nationalists can get amendments passed in order to tailor things to Christianity.
They can. I just think that that's wrong for Christians to do.
Yeah, that's nice that you think that, but from a political philosophy, when you're talking about political philosophy, it is just utilizing liberalism.
Sure, but I would say that it's also un-American to do, because I think that...
Yeah, how? We've
I think
had
free
amendments
speech,
against all of this shit.
because we can go back to the beginning.
That utilizing liberalism to do something doesn't make it liberal, though. Like, communists are anti-liberal and could use liberalism and democracy to make things anti-liberal, and then it also doesn't make it Christian. So just because the system, like, in theory can be there for its own demise, which is a constant criticism of liberalism, is that, like, that is kind of a big part of it, is that other philosophies that have been popularized in the past over time, the people who are in charge, if they like that philosophy, then they're going to kind of force it down everybody else's throats and make them abide by this philosophy. But liberalism makes it to where if you don't like it and you don't want it anymore, over time you're able to change it into something else, or you're able to adapt it, you're able to make it evolve, you're able to do like so many things that give you the ability to over time even make it disappear to where it's not even there anymore. But it's like when communists a lot of times, or socialist leftists, when they say things like, liberals allow fascism and liberals help fascism and blah blah blah, what they mean is that they just allow democracy to exist in the way that it does currently. Like they're just mad that we have democracy in the way that it is right now, whereas they would have things similar to like a constitution, like rules, guidelines, things that stop people from doing things or voting for things, to where if they had communism, like you vote on a lot of things, you vote on pretty much everything, but you wouldn't be voting on bringing back capitalism. That's not allowed. That's a thing that you just can't do. And same with like being a Nazi or saying certain, like there would be a good bit less speech and shit like that. Like these are things that, like, when we say they're anti-liberal, like these are the types of things that we would be against in their system. But yes, our system does allow its demise to exist, because that is the only way to like make sure that you do have a system that everybody actually wants.
Because I said the American ethos is built on things like ingenuity, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And I think when you take over the first A as a Christian nationalist and you make it so that people don't have free speech, they can only praise God, for example, I think that's un-American, because I think the founding fathers wrote it in intentionally to separate these things. They did not want to impose religion on other people. And I think that that's good, and I think it's an American value to hold.
Why are they putting in an amendment system?
Because they recognize that over time, they're like technology and development occurs, so there are things that they haven't even thought of that might be relevant. For example, stakeholdership. They recognize
or like, for example, people are rejecting the status quo and they want to move outside of the idea of liberalism.
I think the founding fathers probably thought that democracy was good no matter what, and that we should definitely try to stay with
That's really funny, because they basically let nobody vote.
Well, why? If you want to go back
they didn't trust the electorate. By
No.
their, yes. Oh, yes.
No.
Oh, yeah, 1,000%.
Okay, we can just go to Federalist number 2. You're very wrong about this.
No, I'm very right. The Federalist Papers even are specific about this. There's a reason that they demanded that there be stakeholders in the nation. They actually did not trust the electorate. Even the stakeholders, they had a large amount of distrust for.
Well, the issue, what they actually had is they recognized that so when we say stakeholders, we mean like people that have some stakes in the country, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so the reason that they recognize is that different people that have different stakes in the country. And so they were very concerned about people with very low stakes in the country to
which
tyrannize.
was most people.
But the stakes, that
was most people.
So land owning was used as a proxy because they thought if
I don't know why he's saying that's most people. That didn't have anything to do with like distrusting most people, which it wasn't just like landowning people were the only ones to vote, but then it was like landowning men that were the only ones who could vote, and there were still some restrictions on top of that from one state to another, and but that isn't like as much trust as it is a just like a system to make sure that people are actually invested in the country, and the ones who are voting are the ones who are like going to be affected most. But it's not a distrust. So I don't know why now he's bringing up like, yeah, but that's most people or whatever. Like that, your argument is not about most people. It's about the distrust. That's where the disagreement is.
anyone is going to want to see America continue and America to flourish, irrespective of what they personally want,
then most people couldn't vote.
It would be landowners.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
most
the issue
people
is,
couldn't vote.
I agree.
Yeah. For a reason.
Well, I would say the reason was built on bad premises, right? They were concerned, for example, that the landless man would be less invested in the country. And I would say, there's a lot of people that don't own land that are very patriotic. You got to interrupt me because I'm cooking, don't you?
Yeah, and under the, well, I got to be able to talk too.
You have talked lots.
I've barely said a word.
Do you feel
for
like
an hour? I've just let you prattle. It's my turn too.
Wait, first of all, for the last hour, you've insisted on internally critiquing only me, and you wouldn't let me internally critique.
No, you can internally critique.
Second of all,
you can internally critique. But here's my question to you. I'm just curious because I still don't understand why it would be that if we changed an amendment, that's anti-democratic or anti-liberal.
I didn't say it's anti-democratic. I said that it would be un-American.
It's not un-American.
Yes, it is, because the first
we've changed how many amendments?
We've added a number of amendments.
He did again. So this is what I was talking about before, where like you take off your clothes to get in the shower, therefore you're probably going to take off your clothes to get, like, he's taking it and just totally turning it into something else. Her saying that it's anti-American to implement Christian nationalism within our government. That is the thing that was anti-American. Not changing the Constitution, not adding amendments, not amending amendments. That is not the part that was anti-American. And she didn't catch him there when he said it, but the part that was anti-American was implementing Christian nationalism. That is the anti-American part. So that one he got away with a little bit.
Amendments, yeah,
and changed them.
Sure, that's fine. Yeah, but
like for instance, we added women's suffrage.
Yep,
we had an amendment for prohibition, and then we got rid of the amendment for prohibition. We've added and taken away many amendments.
Sure, yeah, and I
the
think
American system's actually a hodgepodge, isn't it?
Yeah, and I think that's one of the beauties of it. But I think like one of the things that are central to the American dream, the thing that makes America stick out, which makes it the unique country that it was, so unique actually, that when other monarchies fell, they adopted similar structures to us, is things like free speech, like life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
So that's
that Thomas Jefferson
again.
and the founding fathers looked at the world and said, we need a government system that's for the common man and reduces the capacity or possibility of tyranny.
Built into liberalism, the idea of the guardrail bumpers, right? Checks and balances. If the population gets the right to vote, which it now has, it has almost totally universal suffrage except in very minimal cases, then passing these amendments becomes much easier based on the agenda of the people. That's within the confines.
Why would it be much easier?
Because at that point, you can consolidate power blocks and parties, which was an emergent property of universal suffrage.
So the issue is when you have these two parties, why would you be more likely to pass an amendment when amendments actually require a large amount of votes, right? You can't it's not just 50-50, right? I don't remember what the exact
because if you have two parties, you're probably going to have a lot of your politicians under one party flag or the other.
Right, you want them to work together. It's a separation of power.
No, unless one has overwhelming control, which can easily happen.
Yes, but it's actually interesting when you look at like the creation of the United States.
Back to
they
this.
went back and
back to this. I just want to make sure
you don't want to deal with any facts of the reality.
If you have an overwhelming amount of a single party who's in charge, right, then getting things passed is much easier.
Sure, it absolutely is much easier. But this is why, for example, we've done things like splitting the Senate so that you need like 60 votes to try to prevent like true partisan voting.
They can end the filibuster.
They could. They probably won't, which is unfortunate.
Yeah,
but they could.
They may. And the thing is, they can also pack the court. That's all within the confines of liberalism.
I agree, and I think that when
the very idea here that we can't utilize liberalism to remove parts of the liberal framework that we don't like.
I'm not rejecting that.
Is well, then there can be no
un-American.
It's not un-American. It's the most American.
I would say it's un-American to get rid of some of the most foundational things, which is like the pursuit of life, liberty, and happiness. I think that if we do things like that,
it's not getting rid of any of those.
Hold on, you can do that. But if, for example, Christian nationalists took power and they wanted to get rid of the First Amendment, I would say that is a violation of life, liberty. That's a big violation of liberty, which would be un-American. I would say those Christian nationalists are un-American. They don't believe in the ethos that made the state great, which was the common man gets a say, that he has his rights protected.
Would you say the same thing about the Second Amendment?
Yeah, I actually like the Second Amendment.
Great. So I should be able to own a bazooka?
Potentially, I just think like all of the like natural limits to it are.
What are natural limits?
Most people can't afford it. They like storage, for example. I think states would have a right to store it.
They're
Bazookas?
they're within the confines.
Sure, but I think a state would regulate a lot on like what you can like do with it.
Wait a second. I'm confused.
Wait, are you against 2A?
Are you saying? Are you against 2A? Are you saying, no. I'm a big Second Amendment supporter.
So should you be able to own a bazooka?
Sure.
Okay, why?
Absolutely, because it's within the confines of the right.
Why does that matter, though? What if we voted to get rid of that?
Yeah, I believe in the right of self-defense.
Well, what if we voted to get rid of that?
Then that would be within the confines of the liberal framework.
Would that be okay with you?
Okay, no.
Oh, okay.
I would object on different grounds, though. I'm not a liberal.
Sure, yeah, of course. I would object on different
the liberal,
grounds.
though, right? That's within the confines of the framework to completely eliminate the Second Amendment.
Sure, I've never rejected that. I've said that it would be un-American to do so.
How's that un-American?
Because I think like 2A, for example, gun culture is extremely American. It's a deeply, deeply American value.
Sure, I would agree with that. But what's not un-American is removing amendments that Americans don't like. That's the most American thing.
Again, yeah, she's letting him. She's really letting him run away with this. That the argument is not that removing amendments or amending the Constitution, that like this is the thing that's un-American. The argument is that adding Christian nationalism to the Constitution is un-American. That is the fucking argument. But she's letting them kind of divert the entire conversation into this. Like, oh, so changing the Constitution at all now is un-American. No. Adding Christian nationalism.
Sure.
The most American thing is Americans introducing things and amendments that they like. It's getting rid of amendments that they don't like. It's doing things that they fucking want based on what it is that they want. And so if Americans say, we want Christian nationalism, and we'll impose various amendments for Christian nationalism, that is the most American thing I
think if America goes back towards like a more theocratic state, I think it is fundamentally now have become something that isn't America anymore. I would be the person running around like Trump
based
saying,
on what?
We need to make America
the last
great
40
again.
years?
The founding fathers and the entire
founding fathers gave the states the ability to do it.
The entire point of the Revolutionary War, which was to break away from tyranny and to separate power so that the common man had a chance to exist and have a right to speak to those who
That
governed
was
him.
great sloganeering, but the truth is,
It's not just sloganeering, it's American.
The Revolutionary War was about money. The very first thing George Washington did was implement a tax. Very first thing he did was institute, and it led to the Whiskey Rebellion. He put a tax on whiskey.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that like our founders who wanted apportioned taxes, directly apportioned taxes, wanted us in any way to have a fucking income tax? Because that is against life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. We're the most taxed country on planet Earth. One of the most taxed on planet Earth.
I don't think that's right.
And it's like
most Western liberal democracies are taxed more.
If you went back, do you want to
walk that one back?
If you went back to our founders,
can we see if there's anybody that taxes more on income than America? I just want to fact check you.
It's not just income.
So
we're
said
one of the
tax.
most taxed countries on planet Earth. So the thing
there's
is,
no more. There's no other Western liberal
I
democracies.
said one of the most. Yes. So anyway,
you said the most, but yeah.
Okay, whatever. There's my qualifier.
Oh, look, we can actually give grace to
whatever.
one another.
So anyway, back to this before you divert again, because that's all you do is divert. When it is the case,
I'm not diverted. I'm answering all your questions.
When it is the case that you move back to, I don't know, let's say 1800, do you think that they would have allowed an income tax?
I'm not sure. I have no idea.
No.
Probably not. I have no idea, though.
Do you think that the way that people are taxed right now, that our founders fought for that?
Sort of, yes.
Yes.
Sort of, yes. Because I think the thing that the founders cared about was that the common man gets a say on the policy.
They did not want an income tax at all.
Okay.
I mean, he is correct, but again, this is what, like, this falls into his argument that this is why there's allowed to be amendments and things like that. But having an income tax at all doesn't go against like the overall values. Like there wasn't a there's not like a part of the Declaration of Independence talking about how like we'll never pay taxes, we'll never have an income tax. Like that's not in there. Holy shit, I'm gooping.
I don't think income tax by itself just breaks.
I just shot up in the fourth place.
This entire American ethos. I don't think it's just shattered, right? So I imagine.
Why not?
Because, like I said before,
it's a threat to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
How is it a threat to life and liberty?
Because they're directly taking an unapportioned tax from people.
How is that a threat to life and liberty? I'll just ask you again.
Because don't you think that you need to have money in order to have liberty?
Sure, but in case of liberties, this is things you get access to. So one of the things that taxes do is they give you access to things like free education.
Okay, wait a second. The income, you can have sales taxes, things like that. That's constitutional.
Yeah.
Initially, there was no income tax in the Constitution.
Sure.
Yeah. So why was that passed,
Probably because we needed to have greater government receipts so that we could pay for the things that we wanted, that we collectively had decided would be better for the nation state.
No, it's because of the Monster of Jekyll Island. It was written by a bunch of bankers, essentially. And Jackson was against it first, and he killed...
Well, he was against the centralized bank.
He killed because the bank wanted to create an income tax.
That's not actually just...
It is actually true.
So I agree that that's true. What you're presuming, though...
I think that's part of it. I don't think that's why, from what I understand. I don't think that was the reason. I think that he didn't like the centralized aspect of it.
Oh, you're trying to make it seem like Jackson was most opposed because of income tax. Jackson was most opposed to the central bank. To the central bank specifically because he was concerned about government statesmen having access and control over economy. He wanted that to be separate.
He was
as a separation of power.
He was concerned about debt. That's why one of the first things he did was pay ours off.
Okay, all of these are...
It was about debt.
So you'd agree that Jackson had multiple reasons for why he was opposed?
Well,
not just income tax.
Yeah, but income tax would have made him lose his fucking mind.
So do you think that it is un-American
and the point is
for people to have...
it's completely American to roll back the income tax. It's completely American to roll back all of these various amendments.
You're equivocating again. So what you're doing is you're saying liberalism and the process of democracy gives us the capacity to change rules. And you're saying that's America.
That's the most American.
No, so I'm arguing that the most American thing is the value of life, liberty, the pursuit of happiness,
but you keep on
ingenuity, science,
but
development.
You keep equivocating because on the one hand you say that's not foundational, that's not a foundation for my philosophy. Is life, liberty, pursuit of happiness, and then when I say wait, the most American thing that we can do is the most. How is this equivocating? Is the American thing that we always do, and then you move back and forth between these two ideals as though they're interchangeable. My foundation's actually political ideology. No, my foundation's actually life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness.
I've never said...
My foundation is actually political ideology. Your foundation would likely be in a political ideology, yes. Those are not contradicting claims.
Hold on, Andrew. So
Kyla.
You're being bad faith again.
No, you're being bad faith, Kyla, by saying I'm bad faith.
Good job. Yeah. So I have never said that my moral system is life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. I didn't say moral system. You did.
I'm talking about foundational system for liberalism.
for the American ethos.
Yeah,
not for liberalism.
Whatever that is.
No, I said the foundation for liberalism is something of balance of state power, right? There is strong institutions, protections of human rights and liberties, and in modern liberalism especially, some form of like welfare state or caretaking.
Got it. Now,
so, hold on. Can we just acknowledge right now that you are the one equivocating because you slipped
I'm going to
between
make
saying,
sure that we have it.
Hold on, just let me finish my thoughts.
Go ahead.
You were saying that
Yeah.
my moral system
Yeah.
is this life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness, but I've never said that.
Not
and then
that.
you said,
The foundation
no,
of
the
America.
foundation of America. And I said, yeah, that's the American ethos. And they said, yeah, liberalism. And I said, no, liberalism's foundation is
Okay.
these other things. So
then
you're the one equivocating. You're trying to
let's
split
make sure I'm
between
not
all these
equivocating.
things.
When we
Okay.
reduce it down, the thing that makes Christian nationalism un-American is that it's a threat to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
That Christian nationalists, if they had their way, would impose Christian ethics and restrictions on people that they wouldn't accept. And I think realistically, Christian nationalists, if they had their full way, would usher in a theocracy. And a theocracy is fundamentally un-American.
Got it. Now, let's say Christian nationalists are able to take power, okay, through their, machinations, running for political office. Guys like Fuentes, super popular. Many people like this. They sway the electorate. The electorate puts them in office under the promise that they're going to change many of these things, right?
I'd say those American people are not American.
I get it. They're not.
And bad
They're
Christians.
very un-American.
And bad Christians.
These Americans are very un-American and bad Christians. I get it. These guys get in office, and all they do is this.
Oh, no.
They just immediately legislate that you can't be prostitutes, no prostitution, no pimping, no gay marriage, right? That's all they do. They keep everything else equal, right? Can you tell me why it would be that you would oppose that?
Typically in the criminalization of prostitution, we typically see that women are disproportionately abused as a result.
Well, how would it be un-American, I guess?
I didn't say it would be un-American.
Okay, but it's definitely in direct violation of this whole liberty thing, right?
Not necessarily, right? Like prostitutes specifically are usually
Yeah, but
women that don't
homosexuals, for instance?
So are you also wanting to impose a law that homosexuals can't get married?
Yeah.
Okay, then I would oppose that, yeah.
Yeah, because it's a threat to liberty?
Yeah.
Okay, so how come 3 people can't get married?
Mostly, I think right now it's taxation.
Yeah, but I mean, if
we can make
if we can make it happen
legally, sure.
Yeah.
I don't have a problem with it legally, because legality is not my moral system.
17.
I think if Andrew was smart, and I was gonna say this way earlier, and I thought, well, I'll give him time to like try to do it. I think if Andrew was smart, instead of saying, well, we're gonna take this to like a totally different sort of government, it's got to be a theocratic, religious organization. If instead he had said, oh, we're just gonna make it like it was like 100 years ago. We'll just make it like it was 100 years ago, and it was still American. It was still, founding fathers are still there and still around, and they're all obviously happy with the system. And we didn't have gay marriage then. We didn't have prostitution then. We didn't then now he's able to kind of defeat her overall thing. They're like, well, no, it goes against the principles, it goes against but he's able to kind of implement a lot of the things that he wants to get. He's able to advocate for a lot of the things that he wants to advocate for, and just say like, well, we just go back this far and now we have my system, yet it's still under our Constitution. It's still American. It's still there. So like that would be a much harder thing for her to argue against. But yeah, I don't know if truly I don't know if Andrew does debate prep. I used to always say there's absolutely no way he does, because it always seems like he goes into debates just winging it and trying to find some sort of like a semantic disagreement to push on for 90% of the debate, but which is kind of what he's doing here, where he just keeps switching up words with like what her fundamental belief is or fundamental value is. But But then when I was at the debate con, getting ready to debate Rob Knorr, he came and sat down and we talked to him for a little bit before we had our debate on stream. I was like interviewing people and talking to people and just hanging out and chatting with them on stream and at the event. And Rob, when he got there, he said, well, Andrew has a debate coming up for DebateCon, and so I've been helping him prep for the last, 14 hours or something like that. And yeah, I was like, what? Andrew does debate prep? What the fuck? He always seems like somebody, like the way that he debates is the same every time. It doesn't ever seem prepared. It doesn't ever seem like somebody who has prepped. It always seems like somebody who's just like doing the thing that you do when you didn't prep for a debate. Like, this is the negative argument. Like, generally, if you go into a debate, we've talked a lot about like positive and negative arguments or whatever, but like when you go in, you have like the negative position, the other person has the positive position. When you go in as the negative or as the counter, you're able to like pretty much, it's easy as fuck. Like, it really is easy as fuck. If all you have to do is just keep questioning the other person on anything that they say or any position that they have, you just have to question it and try to like get them to slip up on their position, because you don't have to take a position at any point. Like, you're just doubting their position, you're just denying theirs, or even saying that at least they're wrong, but you don't have to say what is right. Like, that's the fucking easiest shit in the world, dude. And that's how Andrew debates. Like, he debates by just saying, like, you're wrong. I don't know what's right, but I know you're wrong. And then spends the entire time just arguing against their position the entire time. And trying to like poke holes in any argument that they make. And even if he's not successful on any argument, because you can see that like all of it shifts from one moment to the other. It's not going down like one like seamless coherent line. It's not linear at all. He's just switching from one argument to the other, and it switches with in the blink of an eye. Like, you can watch it just in the blink of an eye. It just moves to a different thing that he's now claiming that does not back up the other thing that he claimed. It doesn't back it up at all. It's like, normally you move from like, I think abortion should be illegal. Why do you think abortion should be illegal? Well, I think it should be illegal because it's immoral. Well, how is it immoral? Well, now I can make an argument for how it's immoral, right? I can talk about a negative outcome that comes from abortion and say like, oh, well, this is mothers tend to be more depressed. So that's not true. I'm making up an argument, but mothers tend to be more depressed after getting an abortion. They go through postpartum depression, and it's very, very detrimental to the mother's health. So, okay, how is it detrimental to the mother's health? And now like you keep moving down this line of argumentation. But with Andrew, it's never that. It's never that. Like, you get an argument from him, and then you argue for a while, and then eventually he gets to the end of it where like it's obviously not going anywhere. He can't make any more arguments. He obviously looks bad here, but before they like back him into a corner and just fucking nail him down on that one point, he pivots and moves the goalpost and just like makes a new argument that allows him to do it again down a totally different line of argumentation. This new line does not back up the other one. And so you just like, you just, but like how the hell do you think abortion is good? Like, you think killing's good? You think murder is good? You love murder? It's like, well, I don't think it's murder. It's like, okay, but it is murder. And then like you argue about whether or not it's murder. And over time, like you'll ask him for his definition, you'll ask him for this, and then eventually you'll get down a line, and then eventually he doesn't have a way to back up that it's murder. So then he's, yeah, but I mean, I'm sorry, like, this is the cause of promiscuity. Like, promiscuity is the problem. If people just stopped having sex out of wedlock, we wouldn't need abortion anymore, now would we? Like, if you would just have babies within a marriage where you're already committed to one another and you probably want to have kids, now we don't even need abortion laws anymore. And now he just switches to that. And now you go down this line of like, well, people who are in marriages would probably still need abortions sometimes, right? Like, it's not as though like if people are married and now all married people always want to have kids. So even if I would agree that abortions might go down if that was the case, that doesn't mean that they go away. And it's like, it's just nonstop shifting, because whether or not promiscuity, like stopping, this doesn't have anything to do with the murder argument that you made a minute ago. Like, this is not, you're not getting anywhere. And that's every fucking debate with Andrew. That's every debate. You never move. You never move in the debate. It's never getting somewhere. There's not like an end goal that he's trying to get you to. Whereas for Kyla, it is. Her whole argument the whole time, it's about liberalism. It's about liberalism. It's about the fact that we want liberalism. We want freedoms. We want the liberty. That's what it's all about. That's what we're looking for. The whole thing is just one straight argument that she's trying to push and defending the entire time. It's so frustrating.
People?
Sure.
Hold
on. What reasonable world exists where 17 people are getting legally married?
Well, right now we just recently had 3 people who got married. I don't see why you couldn't add a 4th or a 5th.
I'm saying, do you think it's reasonable to presume that 17 people are going to get married?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
Okay. I think you're absurd.
I at least think it's reasonable to assume 4 or 5 would. So the thing is,
okay.
Well, if it's 3, why can't it be 4?
I've spent time with people, but maybe you haven't.
I don't know. If 3 people just got married, why couldn't it be 4?
Well, I would argue, for example, in the case of polycules, even a lot of these relationships tend to fall apart because I don't.
Yeah, but they can still get married
legally. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So anyway.
So again, yes, if we could create a taxation system that could manage 17 people getting married legally, I don't have an issue with it necessarily.
Got it. Now.
But that's not more.
Now, hang on. Let's say that we allow for, we pass an amendment. Liberals pass an amendment. And it says 3 people can get married, okay? And this is now part of a new constitutional amendment. Christian nationalists get power. They remove that constitutional amendment. That is now violating the idea of liberty.
I don't think
now you're violating the very idea of liberty. So that would be un-American for those Christian nationalists to get rid of 3 people getting married if there was an amendment.
So this is where pluralism comes in. You're making it seem as though like I'm a liberty extremist, right? I think that there are some liberties that can be like girded, right? I don't want people running around maximally.
Correct. This is a conversation that we seem to have with people who don't understand liberalism, because it seems like all the people who are against liberalism and think it's the worst thing in the world, they don't understand it at all. This right here is a conversation that you'll have to have every single time with those people. We balance things out. Freedoms is a thing that we want, but that doesn't mean everything is now free and all freedoms exist now. Like, I should be allowed to rob people. I should be allowed to steal their shit. Why can't I steal people's shit? Why won't you let me just steal people's shit? Well, we're going to take that freedom away from you. Sorry. You don't have the freedom to steal people's shit. Why? Because taking away that freedom maximizes other freedoms. And so we're able to maximize liberties, maximize freedoms with other things in the process. But that doesn't, the I should be allowed to have sex with 5-year-olds. Why can't I do it? Like, well, again, we're trying to draw some lines here where we're able to give more freedoms with less freedoms, and this also comes with rights, and where rights come in, like there's who actually thinks liberalism is about no rules. No way people are that stupid. This is, oh, holy shit. Yes, it is. This is an argument that is made literally by every single person who is anti-liberalism. Even Hassan has made this argument a couple of times, that everything is authoritarian. Everything is authoritarian. Everything is a dictatorship. It's just about who's in charge, who's running the government. They get to decide what is and isn't authoritarian. It's all matter of perspective. It's all relative. And that currently the United States is authoritarian because they're forcing everybody to live under liberalism. This is literally like arguments that these people make, because what his idea of freedom and liberties is actually a bit more like restricting and but also gives more freedom in the end, where they think like, freedom of speech isn't actually giving us more freedoms because it just allows people to be like brainwashed by other people, and so taking away those freedoms actually expands more freedoms because you're not getting bullshit. But that Americans think that like everything should be free, and like it's the same with libertarians. Libertarians do the same thing. Like it's fucking obnoxious.
Doing anything they want at any given time, and neither does liberalism typically, because liberalism is also
well, where do we draw the threshold then? Because your whole objection to Christian nationalists
well, and also here's Andrew literally making the argument right now. He's literally here doing it right here right now. So
at a legal level, probably 3, because I don't think taxation would ever be functional for 17
Okay, so they passed an amendment, 3 people can get married. That's what I said.
Sure.
And then Christian.
Have you guys seen, every time I hear functional, I think, have you guys seen the meme about the functional microwave cover? I cannot hear the term functional now without thinking of the functional microwave cover. There was a woman, very country woman, who picks up a microwave cover and turns around and says, you need a functional microwave cover? But the way she says it, you need a functional microwave cover? It sounds like she says, yo nigga, fuck your microwave cover. And so then there's tons of black people stitching this, going, what? No, nigga, fuck your microwave cover. What the fuck? I don't even think I have a microwave cover. Well, fuck, I don't know. Fuck your microwave cover. Fuck my microwave cover. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, there's just so many fucking videos of black people. No, fuck your microwave cover. And she came out recently, another video. So, do you need a functional microwave cover? Well, I've got the thing for you. So fucking funny, dude. What the fuck is this, dude? Is anybody else getting this shit on the front of their fucking feeds? I've never clicked on a fucking video like this, and they keep popping up on the feed over and over and over. And it like they make like an AI girl with nipples and everything, and then just barely blur the fucking nipples. What the fuck?
Need a functional microwave cover?
Nigga, fuck your microwave cover. What the fuck?
Need a functional microwave cover?
Nigga, fuck your microwave cover. The fuck?
Need a functional microwave cover? Nigga, fuck your microwave cover. I've got fancy holes too. Need a functional microwave cover?
Nigga, fuck your microwave cover. What the fuck?
I've never seen like a compilation of them, so that's funny that somebody made them. But I just keep seeing a ton of people replying to it.
Oh.
Can I be a podcaster in a game of porn?
Need a functional microwave cover.
What the hell my microwave cover ever do to you?
You don't know, she actually said need a functional microwave cover. Can't all microwave covers just get along? Worst game of telephone ever. The microwave cover.
Need a functional microwave cover. Need a functional microwave cover. Y'all, this is the 10-point.
Nah, fuck your microwave cover. My microwave cover ain't did shit to you.
Need a functional microwave cover.
So fucking good, dude.
Looking for a splatter guard for your microwave? It's a great idea. This
Anyways.
Nationalists take control, and the only thing that they remove is that amendment.
I probably personally wouldn't have an issue with it.
But that's a threat to liberty. That's hurting people's liberty.
I don't think necessarily.
How is it not necessarily hurting their liberty?
Because I'm not a liberty maximalist, which is what you're trying to.
So what?
What do you mean?
It would still be hurting their liberty, whether you're a maximalist or not.
So, for example, the reason why we might not allow 3 people to get married legally is because it may create situations where people, like divorce situations, can't be like easily solved. It makes divorces extremely messy, particularly because state manages the divorce.
Yeah.
So the issue is now your hypothetical is going, imagine we exist in a world that is fundamentally not in any way like the world that we exist in.
No, it's like
now
this
what
world
you would do.
now.
And I'm like, I don't know, in this fundamental world where like human beings don't
3
breathe
people just
oxygen,
got married.
I'm not really sure.
If 3 people can get married, then those 3 people can already get divorced. And if they have children,
How would we
those
resolve
3
that?
people can already have some kind of custodial fucking problem with
We
the state.
already have major custodial issues within divorce court.
Yeah.
It is incredibly
Agreed.
messy. Alimony
So
is a
how
huge
would that
problem.
not be a threat to liberty?
Well, we might not allow this liberty because it actually, the divorce courts and the way that the system works, it limits people in such a way that we can't actually functionally
So then
roll
Christian
out
nationalists going in and limiting liberty is not really a problem.
to some extent, yeah.
To some extent. So them outlawing gay marriage, that's a problem.
So yeah, so he's literally doing the meme. He's literally doing the meme. Oh, so you guys limit liberty? Okay, well then we're allowed to limit liberty. Like if you're saying that you don't keep all liberties all the time, no matter what, well then that means that we can just get rid of any liberty now.
Problem, but not 3 people getting married. Why?
Because I would say consensually as a society, we've agreed that gay people can get legally married.
No, we never did. There was no vote on that.
We voted for the electorate that did this. So,
okay, and you're voting for the electorate who goes in and undoes it. So what?
I would say that in this case, the only reason that you're doing that is because you think being gay is evil.
So
I think that that's wrong to police.
That's nice you think that, but they were elected.
It's not nice that I think that.
They got into office.
It's not nice that I think that.
It
right?
is nice
I would
you
say
think
that. Thank you. I would say that it's fundamentally unchristian for them to do because now
So
at this
what?
point they are not imposing something.
Yeah,
like
but your
that,
liberalism can't actually stop it. One
That doesn't
and 2,
matter to
it has
any
nothing,
argument.
It is not un-American for them to go in and change amendments. That's the most American.
We're just back here again. So
Yeah.
what I would say is that there are some things that are central to the American ethos, right? But these things are not maximalist. So what you're trying to do is you're trying to say, well, you're for liberty. You're for maximal liberty. And I'm like, no, I'm for some limitations on
maximal liberty.
Of course you are, because you're going,
just saying
well, what
a
about
liberty.
17 people? And I'm like, I don't know. I don't live in a world where that's even like kind of functionally reasonable. I don't know what I think about 17 people getting married at a legal level.
Just 3.
Sure. Even just 3. I'm not even sure what I think about 3 people getting married legally, because I think that there's going to be a lot of complications as far as like how we manage these things necessarily, because I'm not a liberty absolutist. But I do think that the value of liberty, giving common man access to these choices, is central to the American ethos.
So what would be wrong with Christian nationalists going in, right? They pack the court, and then they go ahead and or you don't even pack the court.
Packing the court is
they
bad.
just put 2 Supreme Court justices, new ones on. They reinterpret that. Well, you know what? Gays actually can't get married. They overturn Obergefell.
One of my issues would be them intentionally packing the court. I think that's
I just took that off the table. They just put in 2 new Supreme Court justices. That's it.
How do they do that?
Because 2 of them die.
Okay, so 2 of them die. They elect 2 of them with the intention of packing the court. So they're specifically selecting.
Forget packing the court.
Wait, do they select them on the basis that these judges will be Christian as well?
Well, they
and make
They're
judicial law from
definitely
Christianity.
selecting them because the party in charge wants them there.
Yeah, I think that that's the bad point already.
Why?
Because I do not think that we should be putting
That's how parties do it now. They put in justices that they want, that they think are going to represent their views.
Do you think that I like the fact that we try to make the judicial system partisan?
That's very un-American.
I think it is un-American.
No, it's very un-American for you to go against that.
Why?
Because it's the most American thing. That's how we've always done it. What do you mean?
I would say that if it's not girding the common man, the pursuit of life, liberty, and happiness, packing the courts, for example, I think is bad. I think that this is not a good thing to do. I don't want partisan courts. The American idea, the zeitgeist of the separation of powers, actually really, really, really matters because one of the things that's fundamental to Americanism is the opposition.
Yeah, actually, like a big American thing has actually been presidents constantly saying that if they have like two picks, that they'll choose one that's going to be like a liberal and one that's going to be conservative, or one that conservatives want and one that liberals want. Things like that, trying to be bipartisan in the way that they make their picks and make their choices, so that it's not a partisan thing. But generally the idea is that you're trying to pick somebody that you think is interprets the law the best, but your liberalism can play into that. So it's not, I don't think it's likely that a lot of people outside of Trump are going and saying, I want to get this passed. Which justice is most likely going to agree with me on this one thing? Like, I don't think they're doing that. I think that the majority of presidents are choosing justices based on the fact that they think they are qualified and capable of interpreting the law in a just way, and that this is somebody who's gonna do a good job at it. But again, yeah, your bias, your liberal bias, will play into that to some extent, or conservative bias.
Of tyranny. And how you oppose tyranny is you separate power. So if you're packing the court to be biased towards a single side, you're already engaging in some level
What
of
about
tyranny.
them getting rid of abortion?
What about it?
Yeah, is that hurting life or helping life?
Depends on what you think life is.
Well, I'm asking you.
So I'm for the decriminalization of abortion entirely, because I think when you look at the when you look at the ramifications of abortion policy, it leads to more infant death, more mother deaths, more children in foster care, more.
So here we are moving to another thing. Now, this one is somewhat linear, okay? This one is linear currently, where it is something that is supposed to back up his argument about liberties, but he did just totally abandon his other argument about the marriage things. So that he did just abandon. Now he's moving to another thing. It still is on liberties, so this one isn't so bad, but it is kind of funny that it's literally a thing that I used as an example just a moment ago.
Children in poverty and more children dying.
Is it more or less American that abortion's banned?
I don't think that this is necessarily an American concept. Not everything is like tied to this.
So if Christian nationalists get in and they completely outlaw abortion, right, via constitutional amendment,
I think that they would then be imposing onto non-Christians their view of human life.
That's nice, but that doesn't violate any of the life, liberty, or pursuit of happiness that you consider Americanism to be. In fact, it reinforces life.
It would be because probably 50% of the population definitely disagrees with the contention of when life is.
Who cares? You're not an extremist.
What do you mean
the
who
main
cares?
thing is that if it's the case...
What do you mean who cares?
Well, first of all...
Yeah, when she says this, that doesn't really matter. Like, that doesn't really matter because they're not interpreting how much of the population agrees or disagrees with a thing. They're the Supreme Court, when they make a decision on abortion, they're just deciphering like past laws and precedents and things that already exist in the Constitution or otherwise, but they're not going and looking at polls to see what percentage of Americans agree or disagree with abortion. So that's not, it's just not how that works.
Probably the voting electorate.
Yeah, sure. The ones who elected the Christian nationalists?
Well, more so in this case, the ones who didn't.
Yeah,
so now the Christian
so what? It's the most American thing possible when Christian nationalists get in. How's that tyranny?
By trying to impose only Christian ethics on other people, knowing for a fact that 50% of the population would not want to adhere to
50% of the population doesn't want to adhere to abortion. They think that abortion's evil.
They don't have to get abortions. Isn't that crazy?
They think you're murdering people.
Sure, but they don't have to get an abortion.
It doesn't matter. You're not allowed to murder people.
Wait, does the state compel anyone to get an abortion?
Why would that matter?
Because it kind of matters if you're talking about the Christian ethos of what you're concerned about.
Is it the case that if the state said that you could like murder random people, that you could object to that in a democracy?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So you can object to fucking people murdering people in your democracy.
You can, of course.
And
yes.
you can get an amendment together to say stop murdering people.
All of this is fine as long as the reason that Christians aren't doing it is intentionally to impose Christian ethics on non-Christians.
And yet you have not made an argument for why that's even bad. You've just said within the framework, I don't like it.
No. I said
it's un-American.
No, I said Christians imposing Christian ethics on non-Christians is unbiblical. It's heretical to do.
Yeah, but we're talking about whether or not it's un-American.
No, I've said from the beginning.
Now you're going to fucking equivocate. We're talking about what's un-American 5 seconds ago.
You trying to slant me into specific types of arguments that I'm not making is not me equivocating. No.
You said that this is the most American thing we could do.
What?
Well, she didn't say that, but she did say the other thing, which this is where her argument should have stayed, is that like this would be wrong, and like I said earlier, she got stuck like getting pushed into a different argument than what it was that she was saying initially, that she did end up actually stating to where he was actually able to argue against it eventually. But I kept saying earlier, she needs to bring this back to like this would be against Christian ethics, that Christians shouldn't want to do this because it would be wrong. But yeah, now she has said that it would be anti-liberalism and anti-American values. So she kind of did say these things
now. To outlaw abortion for the purpose of life, erudite. The purpose of life.
I said this.
No. We're talking about what's un-American or American. I'm postulating that it's the most American thing we can do if the idea is life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness for Christian nationalists to outlaw abortion.
Do you think it would be also super American to get rid of evolution in class?
I don't know if that would be American or not American.
Well, Christian nationalists would probably want to do it. Is that American or not?
I don't think that they would.
But they,
I'm not
what do you
sure.
mean? They've multiple times advocated for removal of evolution from the Louisiana Act of 2008.
I think that should be left up to the states, like the 10th Amendment says.
Okay, so
that's what the Christian nationalists would say.
Okay, so you think that's not true, and you know that you don't believe that. You think that Christian,
at least people advocate for my version of it.
So Christian nationalists would violate all parts of the Constitution except for the 10th? They really like that one.
Most Christian nationalists, at least ones who are in the mainstream that I'm aware of, they do advocate that most of this stuff gets pushed back to the state, like what used to happen with gay marriage, which is why it was, every time it was voted on, they said no, and you had to use the constitutional route.
And do you think Christian nationalists would prefer it's at the state, or do you think they would actually prefer a federal rule on abortion? Do you think Christian nationalists want a federal ban on abortion?
Well, if they had a federal rule on abortion, they would have to pass an amendment, which would be the will of the people.
Do Christians want that? Yeah, of course.
What's wrong with that?
So I am outlining right now that you trying to pretend as though Christian nationalists just want state rights is dishonest.
I didn't say that. That was all they want.
Because I said, well, do you think that Christian nationalists would try to push through Christian ethics on people? And he said, well, I think they just want it at the state.
No,
of course.
No. I said that issue they would refer it to the state, but within the purview of federal powers.
You don't think that they would prefer a federal ban on this?
I don't even think that would be possible unless you amended it. But even if they did, that would be fine.
Wouldn't they want that?
Yeah, if they amended it, that's within the confines
of... So I don't know why the fuck you're bringing...
Yeah, that's weird, bro. He's literally every single argument he's been saying, but we can just amend the Constitution. We can just change it to where the idea here is that the Constitution as we know it today wouldn't really exist. In his world, the Constitution as we know it and what we think of when we think of the Constitution, that in his world, it wouldn't exist. It wouldn't even be a thing. But now all of a sudden he's like, well, no, we would leave it to the states, just like the Constitution says. But But you guys wouldn't have our Constitution. You would have something totally different because you would have amended everything. What are you talking about? But this is so annoying.
Up states at all.
Because,
You're just running away.
Because that's what they would say. They would say defer to the state. Unless, if you could pass an amendment,
I said,
maybe.
why? Because they don't think that they can do it through federal powers. But if Christian nationalists could do it through federal powers, they would, right?
But that would be totally constitutional and very American.
It does. I don't think it would be
American.
American,
the most American.
But it would be within their constitutional capacity.
Not only their constitutional capacity, they would be following Americana, baby.
See, we're getting moved off the point again. We're totally getting moved off the fucking point again. There is no linear through line at all in this debate. Like, the point is supposed to be about whether or not this is well, actually, even I'm a little lost on it now as well, but I know that wasn't it. That is the overall argument. That is the granular argument, but that is not the in the weeds argument. Fuck. I try to like turn right sometimes and I turn left instead. Fuck.
No, I would say, for example, that
100% America.
Absolutely not.
Absolutely, yes.
So America is just a Christian theocracy secretly waiting to be discovered.
America is just a fucking secular fucking nonsense machine.
Do you think America just... What is America to you?
To me, America, at least how you define it, is
not
just a
how
system.
I define it. How you define it.
Yeah, so for me, I've told you this multiple times. If there was some kind of cultural glue, I would give America a lot more credence on this. But right now, it just looks like a system.
That's not an answer to what America is.
I just answered it at the end if you would have listened. I think right now America's just a system, yes.
So you don't believe in America? You don't have any pride in America? You don't think there's a central American ethos? Like America as a state?
I think there used to be. And mass migration and other things destroyed that.
So American doesn't exist anymore?
Not how it used to, no.
What did it used to be? What was this?
Israel launches attack on Iran, blasts heard in Tehran. The IDF sent a national announcement warning citizens to remain near protected areas. The IDF launched a surprise attack on Iran on Saturday morning, with Iranian state media reporting explosions have been heard in Tehran. At the time of the attack, the IDF sent a national warning to all citizens to stay near protected spaces. This is a proactive alert to prepare the public for the possibility of missiles being launched towards the state of Israel, the IDF said. Iranian media reported strikes targeting the IRGC intelligence directorate as well as hits in central Tehran. Fucking shit, dude. So they bombed civilians again. Currently, no missiles have been launched towards Israel. Alright, hold on. Witnesses say more explosions rock Iran's capital in Tehran. This is like 20 minutes ago. All of this is coming out within the last 20 minutes. Tel Aviv, more explosions struck in Iran's capital Saturday after Israel said it was attacking the country. The blast happened after an earlier strike apparently targeted an area near the offices of Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Authorities have offered no casualty information from the strikes. This is breaking news update. AP's earlier story follows below. Tel Aviv, Israel. AP, Israel launched a daylight attack Saturday on Iran's capital with a cloud of smoke rising from the city's downtown. The apparent strike happened near the offices of Supreme Leader Ayatollah. It wasn't immediately clear whether the 86-year-old Khamenei had been in his offices at the time. He hasn't been seen publicly in days as tensions with the United States have grown. But the attack comes as the United States has assembled a vast fleet of fighter jets and warships in the region to try to pressure Iran into a deal over its nuclear program. Israeli Defense Minister Israel Katz described the attack as being done to remove threats. He did not immediately elaborate. In Tehran, witnesses heard the blast. Iranian state television later reported on the explosion without offering a cause. Sirens sounded across Israel at the time. The Israeli military said that it had issued a proactive alert to prepare the public for the possibility of missiles being launched towards the state of Israel. The U.S. military declined to immediately comment on the attack. Okay, what tweet are you talking about? I don't see a tweet to click on. This? I don't know what tweet linked you're talking about. In Google search? I don't know. Wasted just said the tweet linked there has videos. There's no fucking tweets linked. Thank you, Joe Blow, for the jewels. It's really moving in slow motion right now. There is on my screen. This is literally just fucking shit.
يلا ظل شو ذا أهو موبايل استيا على وجهي ورا لها شنو ذا تختيكا ما أخي خوزم إيران خو ما خوش ولا حرد يكودوان نية متسنة والله الرنج نزيك سل صار غروي سيكا ها
Yeah, this is about 30 minutes ago. Explosions reported in Tehran. Multiple reports of missiles 35 minutes ago. And then possible TLAM raid reported in northern Iraq. I don't know if you could see planes or jets flying by or what that was, but... Oh yeah, okay, there's a jet right there and right there.
أهو موبايل استيا على وجهي ورا لها شنو ذا تختيكا
2 more. There's 4.
ما أخي خوزم إيران خو ما خوش ولا حرد يكودوان نية متسنة والله الرنج نزيك سل صار غروي
Oh, this is the same person we were just on.
شنبه 9 اسفند سمت بیت رهبری.
Was it a surprise that civilians were caught in the blast? Almost definitely not. Like, if you're blowing up Tehran like that, like they did with the scientists a while ago, where they went and blew up apartment buildings that the nuclear scientists were staying in, the nuclear physicists that were staying in, that they believed were taking part in the building of a nuclear bomb. They just bombed civilian apartment buildings, and yeah, it's fucked up. Dude, the jet flew right over our heads and not a peep from air defense. What a hilarious war, really. Good for them, but why so little? We expected more. Tomcat's place is enemy now. He should have been here and said they finally attacked. Don't sleep tonight. A fighter jet was easily spotted in the sky, followed by thunderous sound of successive explosions. Its sound was horrific. We passed by the white Safed Tower in Pasdaran in the car. Pastoran. Yes, around Tehran City Theater, Saturday 12/9. Yeah, they hit it for real. Seriously hit it. It's on now. Hashtag King Reza Pahlavi. Finally, we made it out of Azar month. Our side has also come with 2 voices, like June 13th. That escalated fast. Vahid hit 5 more. The Jamhuri area, more central city. They wanted to strike in the morning. They were sick. They just kept us awake at night. Al Arabia Network is broadcasting live. Is Pisco? Oh, I keep thinking it's way later than it actually is. I keep thinking it's way later, and just because of how fucking tired I am right now.
Leader of Iran, Ali Khamenei, was within the complex at the time of the strikes, but there is a possibility that he may have been, or other higher-up officials may have also been present at the time of the strikes. According to quick research, it appears that the Sadabad Cultural and Historical Complex not only serves as a museum, but it also serves as an administrative complex for the Supreme Leader of the Islamic Republic of Iran and his staff, meaning that there may have been a significant amount of Khamenei staff present when these strikes were conducted, possibly meaning that the top officials of the Islamic Republic of Iran may have just been killed outright in strikes, largely removing the government's top leadership from the picture and now leading lower echelon commanders to basically lead the resistance against the United States and Israeli attacks that may be soon to follow. We do not know if the Iranian...
Okay, so we also have some more breaking news right this second. We have just gotten word that Israel's Mossad, which is the intelligence agency, the foreign intelligence agency inside of Israel that everybody knows about, it has released a call to Iranians to quote-unquote return Iran to its glory days in a release on the Persian language channel. The Mossad is calling for the people to take over the government and take over Iran and return it back to the state that it used to be before the Ayatollah took charge. So that is what they're currently putting out right now. So we're waiting to see if the protesters, who are already agitated, by the way, the Iranians were trying to put down these protests that were reignited days ago. They were trying to put them down, but they weren't really successful. This could be the moment that we've been waiting for the people to return back to the streets and try to take over the government as these strikes are taking place. So it's going down. Also, we are getting more information. The intelligence HQ has apparently been confirmed bombed inside of Tehran. We're hearing, according to eyewitnesses on the ground, that Israel is using very heavy munitions. It's suggesting that these are attacks on deeply fortified sites and or senior leadership in underground facilities, perhaps basements or bunkers underneath the buildings inside the capital city. So that might indicate that there actually are top officials, that they know their location, and they're using perhaps, I'm not sure if it's bunker busters, but they're using very heavy bombs to try to hit these sites under basements. So that's another big piece of news right now.
And for everyone who's currently joining us right now, as we are covering ongoing breaking news, I do want to give a very quick summary so that way everyone can be apprised of the current situation. Right now, just about 30 minutes ago, U.S. and Israeli armed forces have conducted a joint attack in an attempted decapitation strike against the Islamic Republic of Iran's government. Tomahawk cruise missiles were confirmed by video evidence flying over low altitude over areas of northern Iran, and we have been able to confirm a significant amount of explosions within the capital of the Islamic Republic of Iran, the city of Tehran. At the moment, we can confirm that it appears that the Iranian parliamentary building and presidential buildings have been destroyed. We do understand that most, if not all, members of the Iranian parliament were inside of the building when the building was struck, possibly confirming the deaths of hundreds of Iranian parliamentary members. And we have also been able to hear that at this moment, the intelligence bureau and the intelligence headquarters within Tehran has also been directly hit and destroyed by Israeli attacks. We are now hearing that the Mossad is apparently using large explosives near to the area, according to N12 News, and this
says America deployed its full defensive capabilities to protect Israel last time, but failed. Iran had used only 5% of its power. This is just a... Okay, it's a video from last time.
I just finished testifying in front of the House Oversight Committee. I did it for 2 reasons. First, I love my country. I just finished testifying in front of the House. I just finished testifying.
People do this every time where they say, like, they post something and they're like, that's it. The war has begun. It's like, well, you guys do this every fucking time, but there's never a war. Oh, it's this parody account. Okay. It's just like sometimes it's just a fucking strike and then everybody moves on. Like, Afghanistan Prime Minister. Unofficial, non-government, military content, satire, and analysis for informational purposes only. Parody account. Okay, here's another one. So say we've taken control of 15 Pakistani posts. More than 1,000 Pakistani soldiers have been killed by Afghanistan Prime Minister. What the fuck? No way that's real, right? That's AI. Okay, yeah, their wings are literally going into the walls. Okay. I was about to say, I'm like, first off, I don't know why it would be coming out of a tunnel with that flag on it. They do not have those fucking jets. Secondly, just go straight up, just takes right off the ground, just whoop. No speed up or nothing, just right up. Cuba released footage of the arsenal from Florida speedboat that fired on their Coast Guard. 25 firearms, 12,846 rounds, silencers, Starlink terminals, and full military kits. Someone has explaining to do.
Tenemos, por favor, coronel. ¿Qué es lo que tenemos aquí?
Bueno, aquí tenemos el armamento largo. Estos son los fusiles.
15 minutes ago from Hassan. There's no such thing as a preemptive strike. There's no such thing, guys. It's just a made-up word. It's just a made-up word. They just made it up, okay? It doesn't mean anything. It's just made up. Israel is striking Iran in spite of the negotiations that the Oman mediators tried to publicize in U.S. media to avoid this exact outcome. Little did they know, Israel gets what it desires, even if it collapses the West. There's no such thing as a preemptive strike. What the fuck does that even mean, dude? This guy is so stupid. He really is one of the dumbest motherfuckers. What the fuck? What the fuck does that even mean? There's no such thing as a preemptive strike. Do you not? Which part is confusing for you? Do you not know what preemptive means? Do you not know what strike means? What part of this? Is it the pre? Is it the emptive?
I hear what you're saying.
So somebody commented and said, she asked, AOC asked, what do you want to share? What do you want to hear / know more about? And somebody commented and said, if Trump is impeached, won't that just leave us with JD Vance, who is literally just another Trump? And so this is her response.
I hear what you're saying, but I'm gonna tell you something. JD Vance doesn't have the sauce. I hear what you're saying, but I'm gonna tell you.
Yeah, I think that's fucking stupid.
Like, which, I mean, they're always involved. The Israelis are going to strike without getting U.S., you know what I mean, involved. And this makes sense to attack them on a weekend. They always attack on weekends because they don't want the news cycle to be too heavy on it. Let's go ahead and jump into X-Space, guys. Let's see who's live right now. We got...
of course.
Was, of course, his face covered.
Bring in, and therefore visits to the White House.
And there's no way that issues are going to come right away, man.
We just want to give a quick summary to our viewers who are just joining us here. The Israeli military has launched what the defense minister said was a pre.
Suggests deeply for
the New York Times is saying that sirens are sounding. They're also saying that American officials say that strikes are underway. So the U.S. is officially striking Iran directly. The U.S. is directly involved in this. I'd assume there are currently fighter jets in the sky launching missiles at Iran. That is the assumption. Also, by the way, we're hearing that Israel has started a second wave of attacks on Iran, this time targeting outside of the capital city, not just Tehran. Apparently, they're targeting other cities. We're hearing sirens going off in Bushehr, Iran, which is home to some of the nuclear facilities of the Iranian government. Bushehr is apparently under attack as we speak. So very wide-ranging. I would imagine that the skies are full of fighter jets right now, and this is a very wide-ranging attack, and we're expecting a lot more than that.
Wait, so if these are actual live cameras, this has been going since for over 12 hours. These are actual live cameras of Tehran. This should have caught like right now, are there? This one looks like it might have smoke in the background. No. Nope. Yeah, this didn't catch anything. This, or did this go down? No, it's only 15 minutes ago.
Yo, Jose.
Oh, yeah, there it is. There it is. That's it. That's it right there.
Yo.
So this is live footage of Tehran. This is a YouTube channel that is always just putting out a live broadcast of what's happening in Tehran. And it also has, you know, Qatar, Lebanon, but it's putting out a live broadcast. It's been up for over 12 hours, so it's had a live feed going for a long period of time. And here it is at about an hour ago. In the top right corner, you can see Tehran. Right over here, it'll have smoke that pops up. think this is it right here. That right there is the smoke coming up. This feed is very choppy, so it's skipping in and out, but this is very choppy.
Yo, Hussein. Yo, Hussein. Yo, Hussein.
He said, no way, Jose. Yeah, there it is again. Right here. You can see the smoke again on number 5. Yeah, it doesn't come into this one until a little bit later, but let's see if we can speed this up. Apparently the speed up is not working. Okay, there it goes. Yeah, there you go. You can see it exploding right there. And then same here on 5. You can see the smoke coming in over here. So. Because it's so choppy, you can't really see any planes or anything flying over before it happens, but it looks like it's over here on number 6 as well. So there's another one there that you can see. This feed does seem to be a little bit better because you can see the cars driving by here. And then, yeah, you can kind of hear an explosion right there. And then that's when you see the smoke coming up here. And then smoke billowing out over here. And then you start to see it come out over here as well. Seems like their air raid sirens were a little slow. Yeah, maybe.
Diamond now. We've got new reporting here at CNN. We were wondering whether the U.S. and Israel coordinated on this attack. A source now telling CNN that, in fact, the U.S. and Israel coordinated on this attack. And so we have to wonder whether the U.S. will now be attacking next. Back to Jeremy Diamond now. We've got new reporting here at CNN. We were wondering whether the U.S. and Israel coordinated on this attack. A source now telling CNN that, in fact, the
What is this? From the White House, Donald J. Trump, the United States of America will never allow a radical left woke company to dictate how our great military fights and wins wars. That decision belongs to your commander-in-chief and the tremendous leaders I appoint to run our military. The left-wing nutjobs at Anthropic have made a disastrous mistake by trying to strong-arm the Department of War and force them to obey their teams of service instead of our Constitution. Their selfishness is putting American lives at risk, our troops in danger, and our national security in jeopardy. Therefore, I am directing every federal agency in the United States government to immediately cease all use of Anthropic's technology. We don't need it, we don't want it, and will not do business with them again. There will be a 6-month phase-out period for agencies like the Department of War who are using Anthropic's products at various levels. Anthropic better get their act together and be helpful during this phase out period, or I will use the full power of the presidency to make them comply with major civil and criminal consequences to follow. We will decide the fate of our country, not some out-of-control radical left AI company run by people who have no idea what the real world is all about. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Make America great again. Donald J. Trump. This is fucking crazy. So this guy said, new former President Bill Clinton says he had no idea of Epstein's crimes despite all the photos of him with Epstein. But okay, so again, if that's all we need, these people are such fucking hypocrites every single time. If that's all we need are just photos of him with Clinton, with Epstein, all we need are just photos of Clinton and Epstein together. Cool. So you guys are going to hold consistent to that, and we just show a bunch of photos of Trump with Epstein, and now that's evidence that Trump knew about the crimes as well, especially considering the fact that Donald Trump was his best friend by both Epstein and Trump during the majority of the crimes that were committed. Trump and Epstein both claimed that at the time they were best friends.
The Trump family just launched a brand new cryptocurrency. It is called WLFI. Lauren, how much has the Trump family itself accumulated of this? How much?
Yeah, for World Liberty Financial and the Wall Street Journal says it's $5 billion. So this coin, WLFI, is currently the 33rd largest coin by market cap, about $6 billion worth, according to CoinGecko. The family holds about a quarter of the tokens out there. They can't sell them, but now that the token has launched on the public markets, we have a valuation for it. The Wall Street Journal says this token is the family's most valuable asset, exceeding their property portfolio.
But they can't sell those tokens. They can't do it.
No.
Not yet.
Not yet. Correct. Not yet.
My goodness me. $5 billion?
Eye-popping numbers. He is the crypto president, the first one ever. A lot of crypto-friendly legislation regulation.
What it amounts to is it's crypto-friendly legislation coming from the President of the United States, who is in turn cashing in on the crypto phase, personally, his family.
Conflict of interest. They say no, but that's how it appears.
That's true.
All right. Well, I'm going to head out. I'm getting tired, so I should be back on tomorrow. I will keep you updated in the Discord. We're probably going to have like a impromptu panel. Most likely tomorrow. We'll just send out a bunch of invites and let people know that we're doing it around the time that we're going to do it, and let who wants to show up. But yeah, make sure you get ready for that. But make sure you join the Discord so that you can keep up with all of the goings on of the Tomfoolery Show. You can keep up with all the content that we post and what we're going to be doing. Also, you're able to suggest things for us to do as well. There's a part of the Discord called Content Suggestions, and that's where I get a lot of the content that we go over here. So go to the Discord by joining with the link in the description under the YouTube video. And then once you get in there, there's a channel right here called Content Suggestions. You just scroll down over here on the side, go to Content Suggestions, and this is where people post suggestions for the content. So join the Discord, links in the description. We're gonna be doing a movie night pretty soon. Once we get to 1,000 members, we're about 37 off from getting to 1,000. 37. So join the Discord, and then you'll be able to come to the movie night as well. Till then, hang out for just a moment. Leave a comment when the stream's over. It's very beneficial and helpful pushing the stream in the algorithm. More people see it if you comment, and even more so if you comment something relevant to the topic or something that we covered tonight. So leave a comment and let me know what you thought. See you tomorrow. Till then, appreciate you. Love you. See you next time. Later, fools.